en direction sud de l'autre est un moment à célébrer et une occasion d'encourager les résidents à essayer le transport en commun. In the next few slides, I will provide a brief update on our communications and our event plans, starting with the launch of lines 2 and 4, and then the new ways to bus network. Next slide, please. The customer marketing and communications campaign for the South Extension spans multiple channels. We have generally divided our campaign into 3 phases, which you can see on this slide here. The goal of our campaign is to inform, prepare, and support customers to use the new line when it opens. This is being done with focused communications efforts, both before, during, and after the launch of the system. So as I shared in my last update to Transit Commission in June, the campaign began in the summer of 2023 and will continue to grow in its scope and its scale as we get closer to launching the system. So right now, we're in the first phase, and over the past year, we've been working on building awareness and launching new tools. Our team has created social media and blog posts, attended events in the community, and launched a new website called OTrainX. This website is a one-stop shop for information on the O-Train extensions and includes virtual tours of stations and trains, as well as a new interactive map to highlight nearby destinations, pathways, and other amenities residents would be interested in. We've also hosted media tours for South Quay Station and Albion Yard Maintenance and Storage Facility, and are looking for additional opportunities to invite our media partners into the system. We continue to look for every opportunity to create new content, to share information through free and low-cost channels to reach transit customers and residents during this phase. And as we move to the beginning of trial running, that's when we will launch a paid advertising portion of our campaign. This timing will allow us to build awareness of the upcoming opening while making the best use of our budget in the weeks just before and after the opening date. We also continue to leverage we continue to leverage the city's free advertising assets like digital screens and OC Transpo's own organic channels, like our website and social media. In addition, we're working with our community partners, such as Carleton University and the Ottawa International Airport, to ensure that these key audiences are well informed and prepared for the opening of the new lines. When we enter the third phase of this campaign, our communications will highlight the opening date and cover everything customers need to know about riding the new lines, navigating stations, making connections, and safety tips. This will be a multi-channel paid campaign that will begin with digital advertising across multiple websites and social media platforms. There will be radio ads, ads in movie theaters, and also ads on buses and bus shelters, at university campuses, and on other digital screens and billboards across the city. In addition to this, we will be sending a mail out to approximately 120,000 households that are close to the new lines 2 and 4, as well as park and ride lots, in order to encourage these residents to try out these new transit facilities. Finally, our outreach staff will also be present at transit stations when the system opens to welcome and support our customers as they begin to use the new facilities. Next slide, please. So as we continue to look ahead with regards to the O-Train campaign, we will be encouraging customers to go to octranspo.com/OTrainX to become more familiar with the new lines and our trains. We continue to publish new content on both our website, in a blog, and on social media posts in order to illustrate features of the new line and to showcase areas of interest to our customers. We are also working to plan opening events. So there will be a special event for councillors, funding partners, community stakeholders, and the media with an inaugural train ride to celebrate the opening of lines 2 and 4. And once in service, staff will also be available to support councillors with local events at their new stations. We understand that councillors and communities are eager to see stations and to showcase them, and we're ready to facilitate those activities. This could include hosting stakeholder groups, Q&A sessions with subject matter experts, guided tours of new stations and trains, as well as providing councillors' offices with information products to share with residents. And I would also say we are very happy to work with councillors to customize an activity at a local ward station for your particular community and their interests. In advance of opening, our team is always happy, in addition, to attend any community meetings or events in order to share more information about the new lines and our expanding O-Train system. So I encourage you, please, to reach out. If you do have an upcoming activity in your ward, that would be a good opportunity to share updates on the South Extension project. And you will hear me in a few moments make a similar offer with regards to the New Ways to Bus network implementation. So just as a reminder, the New Ways to Bus network will be implemented following the opening of the train, lines 2 and 4. So as a result, we are carefully coordinating the campaign supporting both the new bus network and the train launch campaign. Both of these campaigns are data-driven and flexible so that as staff monitor and receive feedback, adjustments can be made to ensure that customers and residents are being reached effectively. Next slide, please. So to talk about New Ways to Bus. So as we shared at Transit Commission in June, the New Ways to Bus campaign is already in the public and has a phased approach in order to build awareness towards the start of that new network. Here's an overview and a reminder of some of the communications tactics we've implemented so far, as well as the future plans. So like the O-Train extension campaign, our goal here is to ensure that customers are aware of potential changes to their trip and to prepare and guide them through those changes. A key way that we have done this so far is by launching the new travel planner preview. You can use this tool to see an individual trip, bus routes, as well as bus stop schedules. We have also made changes to on-street information, including maps and signs, to begin familiarizing customers with the new bus network. And as we progress into phase 2 and look toward the third phase of this campaign, there will be additional communications tactics planned, including continued updates in digital content, as well as a network preview function in the transit app itself. So a key part of that final third phase of this campaign that we are building towards is a multi-channel paid advertising initiative. And that will include digital advertising across multiple websites, on social media platforms, and on local news and weather website outlets. There will be multilingual, digital, print, and radio ads. And we will also have advertising on buses, in bus shelters, on billboards, and other digital screens across the city. Finally, we will also be sending a mail out to every household in Ottawa to ensure that every resident is aware of the start date for the new network and has a chance to review resources and plan their new trip in advance of the network going into place. Next slide, please. So to look ahead towards this campaign further, we encourage customers to visit the New Ways to Bus webpage and to use the travel planner to understand how their trip may be changing. There are links to this webpage and travel planner regularly promoted across OC Transpo's communications channels, including social media and in our printed materials. And we have also prepared information materials for counselors and continue to support local events in advance of the bus network launch. Again, I'd like to provide an invitation to counselors to please reach out if you do have community events planned this fall and would like someone to provide some information about the New Ways to Bus network. Our team has been in touch with your offices over the summer, and we do have a schedule built up of upcoming activities where we will be present either with our community bus or staff attending to provide information, but we're certainly welcome to hear new dates or activities where we would be able to attend. And staff are really able to help in these activities on a one-on-one basis with iPads in order to demonstrate to customers the travel planner preview in order to assist them in understanding how their individual trips may be changing. We know that everyone is anxious to know the date for the start of the new network. So once our launch date is confirmed, that will be the point when we'll start our paid advertising, and we'll also be sending a mail out to all of the households in Ottawa. There will also be a lot of resources on both our website and on social media channels in order to promote that date and any trip planning information. We will continue to share new information and updates with our customers and with Transit Commission as we get closer to launching lines 2 and 4, as well as the new bus network. Thank you, Chair. That concludes our presentations.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a lot of information. I'll ask my colleagues to hold on to your questions because we're going to listen to our delegations and then come back to questions for staff after our delegations. We have just over 30, and our first speaker today is Hannah Tellier. Oh, thank you. I did say, thank you, Councillor Leeper. I did say there would be an opportunity for motions after the presentation. It seems like a long time ago since I said that, but yeah. All right. Councillor Leeper has a motion.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask staff to put that on screen because I'm not sure if I have the most recent version of it. Fantastic. I won't do a bunch of speechifying around this one yet. So just for the benefit of delegates who are going to be making presentations, I do have a motion to make this morning. Whereas Confederation Line 1 service has been reduced under delegated authority to 10-minute headways during weekday off-peak hours, specifically from 5 minutes from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. And whereas overall ridership on OC Transpo is substantially reduced from pre-pandemic levels, that has had a severe impact on revenues. And whereas frequency of service is an important determinant of ridership, affecting overall trip time in a system characterized by transfers, as well as the decision to use transit for non-commuting purposes. And whereas the combined potential wait times for the Trillium Line and Confederation Line are potentially over 20 minutes, not including connecting bus wait and travel time, seriously diminishing transit as an attractive choice for commuting and non-commuting purposes, which is critical to restore ridership levels. Therefore, be it resolved that the Transit Commission recommend that Council approve that Line 1 frequency be restored to 5-minute headways from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. on weekdays to be funded from the city's expected 2024 surplus in tax-supported programs when the Trillium Line resumes revenue service. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other motions people want to introduce at this point? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, we'll now go to speakers. Actually, I'm going to give you the first 3 speakers so people know when they're coming up. We have Hannah Tellier up first, Nadia Rahim second, and Heather Farrow third. Hannah Tellier, hi, welcome here in person. So each delegation today will have 5 minutes to make a presentation to committee, and then if there are any questions from councillors, we'll have an opportunity as well. So whenever you're ready, you can just press the button in front of you and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Hannah. I'm here as a concerned member of the public. I live in Ward 14, and so I'm lucky to live just down the street from the Ottawa terminal of the LRT. And wherever I've lived in Ottawa, proximity to the LRT or to a station of the LRT has always been a priority for me, because as someone without a car, without the means to purchase or own a car, it has always been a mainstay of my transportation in the city. Like so many others, the LRT for a long time was my commute to work. And when I couldn't afford to be late to work and the LRT for one reason or another was not running, I would take a taxi or an Uber that I could not afford. I frankly needed the LRT to get to my job. But the LRT is not just about necessity, just like living in the city of Ottawa is not just about necessity. It's about allowing people and enabling people to thrive in a place that they can experience and love, and I think that's the heart of transit. I moved to Ottawa during the pandemic, knowing no one, and so when our city opened back up again, I used the LRT as a way to find and connect with my community in the arts. The LRT carried me to countless performances, workshops, theaters of all shapes and sizes where I could contribute as a volunteer, a board member, and an audience member. Those trips on the LRT are honestly some of my fondest and proudest memories and moments living in Ottawa. A short walk to the station, a quick ride, and then another short walk to the theater. It allowed me to find my sense of place in Ottawa. It allowed me to engage in the local businesses that I passed by and discover local resident-run markets and events, and ultimately give my time to build a great community for others. As a young woman, traveling late at night alone after rehearsals or auditions or meetings, the LRT gave me a sense of security that I would have a safe and reliable ride home, and so I felt able to and safe in giving my time. Reducing service, hiking, fares, these measures discourage people from using transit, and those who can afford it will choose more carbon-intense ways to travel. moving Ottawa farther away from its climate commitments. And in a climate crisis, that's unacceptable. And those who cannot afford alternatives will simply be excluded from activities like these. Transit systems are not ledgers to be balanced. They are public service that residents need and that residents and volunteers rely on to contribute to making Ottawa a vibrant and wonderful place to live. These services are meant to enable people to thrive, not just survive. When it comes to transit, we shouldn't settle for good enough. It should not be used as a pawn in an austerity scheme. This is a public service that can and must be run affordably and reliably. And only by doing that can we ensure its ridership and enable residents to create this thriving, climate-safe Ottawa that people love to work, live, and play in. Beyond the support from other levels of government, transit must be prioritized in terms of budget allocation right here at the city. I urge the Commission and Council at large to reverse the LRT service cuts and invest in a thriving transit system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much, Hannah, for coming out today. All right, our next speaker is Nadia Rahim. I don't see Nadia Rahim online. No? No? All right, well, we will see what, if we can get her online. And our next speaker then will go to number 3, Heather Farrow. All right, welcome, Heather. Just hit the red button there, or the button that'll make it go red. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name's Heather Farrow. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I'm a member of Free Transit Ottawa, although I'm not the spokesperson. These opinions are my own, and I realize that everyone is doing such an amazing job, and I really want to thank you as a citizen of Ottawa, as a senior. And I'm here today to say, please don't cut public transit, and in fact, increase public transit. And please don't raise fares. I'm actually here to say, please work towards eliminating fares. So when people hear that, it's kind of shocking, I realize, in this day and age. But I want to say that there are ways to pay for this. And my message today is to reduce the number of private companies that are being hired or worked with in the city. And that will actually reduce government spending. And why is that? Because city workers and in-house can do the work better and usually cheaper. One of the big costs is private borrowing. Hiring a company to borrow the money for the city, for instance, for the LIT, for Lansdowne, with so much money wasted. That's valuable taxpayers' dollars that can go to public transit, that can go to public social services. Please don't let these big companies at the city's coffers. Do not let them take our valuable taxpayer dollars we need for public transit. There is no partnership in PPP, this so-called public-private partnership. It's basically a money grab. Taxpayer money to private profits. And Ottawa is one of the top cities in the world who do this, who waste valuable tax city dollars. And what I'm talking about, for instance, is the event in last March called Ottawa Connects with Fiona Cousins with the PPP Council is very dangerous for Ottawa to host or be involved with. So with Free Transit Ottawa, I see sort of 4 main points. We really want transit to be reliable, very few breakdowns, a person can count on it, not very many long waits, affordable or free, and public. Please stop the contracting out to companies that I heard from the unions talk about. Quick and easy for dedicated bus lanes, many on and off points, and many buses in place, trains, and safe and democratic. Safe for the earth, solar or electric, safe for passengers, no harassment or assaults for women, passengers, for drivers, for people with disabilities, for workers, and have the users involved in decision-making. And I really want to applaud you for having the unions here today. So where is public transit free? Burlington, Ontario, for instance, has free public transit for people aged 65 and older every single day of the week. We can move to that. I know we only have 2 days a week now, but we can move to that. Kansas City, Missouri is another example. There are other European cities. Why do we need this? Because we're in a climate emergency. We all know we need to save our beloved city. We need to save our beloved planet from floods, tornadoes, the derecho, earthquakes, and more. We all know we have to reduce our carbon emissions. And please don't let the private companies hijack the climate change initiatives with greenwashing. Take a page from Kamala Harris and take a page from Canada's NDP and work towards saving the planet. Also, our population is getting poorer. We have to look at reducing poverty. And by having more affordable fares or no fares, we can work towards doing this. This will give everyone more security and health and safety. We need to work at helping people who are living on the streets. I see begging in my community every day in the drug culture. Pooling our resources through taxes and a proper public transit system will help go a long way to reducing poverty and bettering our city. Thank you so much, and free public transit now. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Heather. I'm not seeing any questions from committee, but appreciate you being here today and thank you for your presentation. Our next speaker, actually, I'll read the next three. We have Joel Harden up next, followed by Matt Lorty and Dwight Williams. Joel Harden, MPP for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As you mentioned, I come here with the honor to serve the downtown community as the Member of Provincial Parliament for Ottawa Centre, but I also have the honor to serve the province as the transit critic. My full-time job is monitoring the advocacy and well-being of our transit systems. I have a few messages for you this morning that I think are germane to the discussions that we're hearing and the motion Councillor Leeper has put on the floor. The first is, I have been trying with our caucus, working across party lines, to convince the Premier to give Ottawa a larger share of operating transit funding. And I had the great honor to meet former Premier Bill Davis on one occasion. And we talked about the fact that there was a time in the province of Ontario when there was a 50-50 cost sharing agreement for municipalities in the province in funding public transit. And he talked about how much equity that created in our community, how that helped people get around. And he told me to keep pushing as the transit critic for that outcome. And that's where I want to begin today. When I've heard the Premier talk about our issues with transit in Ottawa, it usually always comes back to our LRT system. And that's the substance of Councillor Leeper's motion around the frequency of the transit. The Premier's told me privately on a number of occasions and publicly in the House, so I don't think it's wrong for me to mention things that are said in private in this case, that Ottawa needs to get its LRT system in order before it can count on more operating funds from Queen's Park. What I have told the Premier, and what I will say today, which I think is germane to our discussions, is if we reduce the efficacy of transit service, we aren't going to be working towards resolving any of our transit issues. We're actually going to be pulling in the other direction, as other people have said, as the folks from ATU have said, as friends from OC Transpo have said, as riders will say. So I actually think having an opportunity here as a city to tell the province collegially, we need to figure out a way we increase operating transit so we can start to deal with the congestion that we're talking about at our city, the conditions of work that our friends at ATU have talked about today. And this is in our history as a province. We have had a moment where the province played a bigger role in funding transit. I also want to mention that I've had occasion to meet with the student communities at Carleton University, the University of Ottawa, University of St. Paul, Algonquin College, and they're beginning to tell me, as I'm sure you have also heard, that this is impacting where students choose to live. This is impacting people's ability to find and get basic necessities like groceries. So the impact of the reductions in transit are serious. I have an anecdote I'll end with. When I was in this city as a high school student in Councillor Carr's ward at Canterbury High School for grade 9, it took me about 35 minutes to get from the home I was staying at. I come from a rural area called Vankleek, well outside of Ottawa. Took me about 35 minutes to get from Orleans, 10th Line Road to Canterbury High School. That's about the same amount of time it takes my daughter to get from our home, which is near Billingsbridge, to Canterbury High School now. And that is not the fault of the people operating and maintaining the system. It's not the fault of the system itself. I think it comes from the fact that we are not getting our fair share. And we have a report today from the Financial Accountability Office of Ontario that has documented the fact, and just to add further unfortunate news to what Councillor Leeper has already shared, the FAO is reporting that by 2024 to 2025, the per person subsidy for Ottawa for operating funds for transit is actually going to fall to $31.91 per person. And it's $196.49 for our friends in the Greater Toronto area. Now, I know some of these things are linked to ridership and the amount of ridership in the Toronto system relative to ours. But I do remember a time in 2011 when our ridership was over 100 million per year. It's 50 million now, and we certainly won't get to where we want to go as a system if we're shrinking the service of the system. I think if I have this correct, we are 74,000 service hours fewer in this year from where we were in the previous year because of the cost issues that we're struggling with. So the province needs to do its part. The federal government needs to do its part. Our city too, we need to be thinking about how we're allocating our money to prioritize transit, because I hear from car drivers, I hear from people who rarely use transit about how important the system is for them too. So I thank you very much for your opportunity to speak. And what I'll end on is a commitment for me to continue reaching out across party lines with my colleagues from other parties, including the Premier and the government, to make sure that we're getting our fair share from the province.
Okay, thank you. There's a question from Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll certainly be brief because I know that there's a long list, but I very much appreciate having you here today, MPP Hardin, as a member of the provincial government, because we very much want to lobby the provincial government for its greater share of funding. And thank you for painting an even starker picture on the figures than what Councillor Leeper was describing with regards to the FAO office. Whereas we had thought that the per capita subsidy was $59, it's actually lower for the more recent 2024 year as $31 per capita as compared to the 196 from Toronto. That's more than 6 times the differential. But as I understand from conversations with you, is it even possible that that figure, that discrepancy, is trending even lower for Ottawa?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. So yes, and I think this is the downward spiral that advocates in the sector have talked about. And if we don't have the money to invest in the operating funds of the transit system we have, not the aspirational transit system we want, but the transit system we actually have, people are going to continue to turn away from transit, and it's going to lead to more congestion. The other thing I forgot to mention, Councillor Devine, is I have a private member's business slot this fall. I have the opportunity to put a motion on the floor for debate. I intend for this to be the debate that we prioritize this fall, that we agree with the idea of moving back to the Bill Davis era of 50-50 cost sharing funding for operational transit in Ontario.
I'm very glad to hear that, and thank you for using that opportunity to lobby for Ottawa. Now, as the MPP for Centretown, you don't represent the residents of Ward 9. My MPPs are MPP Chandra Pasma and MPP Lisa McLeod. I've been having conversations with MPP McLeod on this issue. So there's a national report. This is the end of the line on operating funding in Canada. And one thing that it recommends that municipalities do is that they lobby closely with our provincial counterparts to advocate for for more funding. May I ask, would you, if you're going to be using that opportunity to speak to Queen's Park on that, would you be willing to work in a clearly nonpartisan way with all of Ottawa's MPPs to jointly advance that? I'm not sure if you can use your opportunity to advance a motion from a cross-party way, but would you be working to work with other Ottawa area MPPs to bring this motion to Queen's Park together?
Yes, absolutely. This does not intend to be a partisan exercise.
Of course.
And if you read the report, the municipality that's suffering the most in Ontario is actually the City of London, proportionate to its size and how much funding it's get for its operational transit. They are really having a hard time. So yes, we need to work across party lines, and MPP McLeod and I have worked together before.
Great, thank you. I look forward to having more conversations with my MPPs and my colleagues, working with all of our Ottawa MPPs to get that business brought to Queen's Park as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, MPP Harden, for joining us this morning and bringing the Toronto perspective to this. It's appreciated for sure. I also appreciate your comments about the need for a fair share across other levels of government in regard to our transit issue here. I do want to highlight. I know you spoke to Ottawa doing its part. I agree. We do need to do our part, and I would highlight that over the last 5 years. Despite the fact that ridership has declined, we've increased the budget for transit by 27% over that time. So I do recognize that we have been working, to find ways for the city to advocate, to other levels of government. We're trying to do our part, and I think that's what this exercise over the next couple of months of budget direction is going to look like, is how we can do the best we can with what we have. But it's a balance, and I appreciate you coming to represent your position this morning, Mr. Harden.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thank you, Joel, for joining us today.
Pleasure.
Our next speaker is Matt Lortie. And Matt's here in person. Good morning. Good afternoon, Matt.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Good day. My name is Matthew Lortie, and I'm a resident of Manor Park, Ward 13. For public transportation, I take bus route number 7 to either get to downtown or Saint Laurent Station, and from the latter, either go to my office at train yards or use the LRT to journey further east or west of the city. Because I'm fortunate enough to live close to a reliable bus stop, as well as amenities such as grocery stores and pharmacies, I made the decision to sell my car a little over 2 years ago, and I don't regret it at all. It has provided me much more disposable income to spend on local businesses, such as Ottawa street markets, and has incorporated more walking and biking in my daily routine, thereby improving my health and fitness levels and reducing the strain on our beleaguered healthcare system and workers. The LRT in particular helps facilitate my lifestyle, as I can board it with my bike to travel more conveniently around the city. Even in terms of mental health, I prefer taking public transit over driving because it allows me to use that time to take a nap, focus on podcasts, read the news, catch up to emails, chat with friends and loved ones, discover what my community might be up to, and maybe even catch up to my video game backlog. Driving a car, I would have to instead use all of that time and effort to just focus on the road in front of me, constantly worrying if others are as alert as I am behind the wheel. Also, speaking as a neurodivergent person, not having to worry about the chaos that regularly happens on our roads relieves a great deal of stress and anxiety from my day, which saves me more energy for other activities, like volunteering in my community. I also love never having to look for parking. According to a report by rateshub.ca, car ownership, which includes maintenance, gas, insurance, parking, and administrative fees, costs the average Canadian over $1,300 a month. Taking into account the rampant cost of living increases that we have experienced since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, I believe that improving public transit and making amenities, both general and specialized, more accessible by transportation methods other than driving, will significantly relieve the financial burdens that many of our citizens in our city face today. Because of the reasons I've mentioned, I ask that you reverse the recent cuts made to the LRT, as these cuts will make being able to fully participate in society even more arduous for our citizens who cannot drive, want, or afford a car. Mounting frustrations with buses or trains that do not show up frequently enough, or at all according to their schedule, will turn even more of our citizens away from public transit, thereby making our desired goals of making Ottawa a greener, more equitable city to live even further out of reach. Finally, I would like to share a quote by Gustavo Petro. A developed city or a country is not a place where the poor have cars. It's where the rich use public transportation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Matt. I'm not seeing any questions. Thanks for presenting to committee today. Our next speaker is Dwight Williams, who is online. Good afternoon, Dwight.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My thanks to the Transit Commission for this opportunity to speak to some of my concerns regarding the upcoming changes to OC Transpo's routing and scheduling. Since this is my first time presenting a delegation, I apologize in advance for whatever gaffes I commit here. My name, as noted, is Dwight Williams. I've been an Ottawa resident since 1985, most of that time in what is now Ward 1 in Orleans. I've been, among other things, an office worker, a writer, an illustrator. I'm currently doing remote data entry work and spending a fair chunk of my off-work time as part of the caregiving team supporting my mother at Saint Louis residence in, I believe, Ward in another Orleans ward since the spring of 2022. I've had the benefit of a bus route running within less than 5 minutes walk from my current housing for at least 30 years now. The route numbers changed about every 10 years on average, but that benefit has remained. It's been very helpful, especially since my mother had to go into long-term care. In recent years, that route has been number 35, and I am alarmed about the plans announced to realign it away from Merkley Drive. I'm expecting to add at least 5 minutes walking time to get to either of the two routes that will still be serving my region of Fallingbrook here in Orleans. It means a little bit more wear and tear on me, yes, and I'm trying to age in place as much as my mother was before she moved out. And the bus shelters we're expecting to lose along Merkley have been useful when weather got particularly bad, whether it was summer or winter. And frankly, it feels like it's going to be made just a little bit harder to help my mother in her last years to whatever degree I still can. It's already about anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour each way as it is. And I do share some of Mr. Lorty's concerns as well. And there is one other concern that I didn't mention in my initial note, and that's regarding the public health aspect of things, particularly with regards to masking. I can't see that the pandemic has truly ended yet, and I think I am going to leave it there and surrender the remainder of my time. Thank you for hearing me out, and good day.
Thank you very much, Dwight. It was well-articulated concerns around Route 35 in particular. Thank you for your presentation today. We're going to move on to our next speaker, Joan Kuyak, and then following Joan, we'll have Antoine Baudet and Patrick Laplante. And I think Joan is online.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Joan.
Hello, I think you have a PowerPoint.
We have slides.
Yeah, I sent them in a few days ago and you acknowledged them.
We will bring them right up for you.
Thank you. Great. I'm speaking to you from Seniors for Climate Action Now, Ottawa. We're a growing organization across the country. There's chapters across Ontario, and we represent seniors who are deeply concerned about the impacts of climate change and about trying to stop the use of fossil fuels. Next slide. Next slide, please. Ottawa declared a climate emergency in April 24, 2019, and in 2022, we had the derecho. I'm here to tell you that public transit is a key part of combating climate change. The derecho in 2022 cost the city over $50 million destruction of property and infrastructure. But not only that, there's costs from climate change and the destruction of property and infrastructure and rising insurance costs, and there's health costs in asthma, cardiovascular effects, heat-related illnesses, injuries, and deaths, not to mention increased domestic violence. All these costs should be on the same ledger as the costs of providing public transit. One on one side, one on the other. Next slide, please. Effective public transit is essential to dealing with the climate emergency. The infrequent and unreliable public transit forces people to use cars. Light rail can reduce transportation emissions by up to 62%. And although money goes to expand systems, money for operating them is greatly reduced. The transit ledger has to include the cost of these climate impacts. Next slide, please. Individual electric vehicles aren't an answer to the climate crisis. They create enormous materials consumption. We can't mine our way out of the climate crisis. There's not enough lithium on the planet to provide the lithium to build the batteries we need. It's a question of equity. Many people are unable to drive, youth, the elderly, the disabled. It's a question of justice. Many people cannot afford a car, and often those who have to travel to work or school are the same people who can't afford those vehicles. You've heard some of those heartbreaking stories today. And the building and maintenance of roads for cars is unbelievably expensive, and it only gets greater as we keep building more roads. More roads create more need for cars. Next slide. We do applaud the conversion of the fleet to electric buses. This is a big step, and we really appreciate it. Next slide, please. We've heard many times today why people aren't taking public transit in Ottawa. We don't trust the service. There's long distances to walk for a bus or a train. The stations are actually badly designed and leave us out in the weather. Routes aren't taking us where we need to go. The fares are high and getting higher. People worry about COVID and other diseases. And I might add, there's a lack of public toilets. So if you're trying to take a bus that's going to take an hour and a half across the city and there's no toilets, a lot of people can't go, particularly people with Crohn's or colitis or prostate problems. Next slide. Cutting services and raising fares only makes matters worse, as you've heard many times today, and I think the Transit Commission agrees with this, and it discourages people from taking public transit. Next slide, please. A developed country, as the speaker before last said, is a place where the poor, not a place where the poor have cars, it's where the rich use public transportation. We need to find a way to put a climate lens on all the discussions around the costs of dealing with transit. We need to be able to balance the cost to the public from the lack of public transit against the need for it, and somehow make that part of the discussion. That takes the discussion out of the Transit Committee and often out of the Transportation Committee, but it does bring it into the question of whole of council, and it brings it to the province, as Joel Harden said, and to the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joan. Not seeing any questions from councillors. Thanks for your presentation today. Our next speaker is Antoine Baudet. Is Antoine online or in person? Hi, Antoine. Thanks for joining us today.
Merci. Bonjour, je m'appelle Antoine Baudet et puis je suis un amoureux du transport en commun. Je suis un amoureux de la vie, un amoureux de notre belle ville et un amoureux de mes concitoyens. Et puis, j'utilise le transport en commun depuis une quarantaine d'années. Et je constate une détérioration du service puis une augmentation des tarifs. Et puis, je constate aussi que nous vivons dans une mer de voitures. Et puis, ça nous empoisonne. Je trouve que celle qui s'est exprimée avant moi a bien résumé les points importants. Alors, je n'aurais pas grand-chose à ajouter, mais seulement que je voudrais voir un engagement ferme, la volonté de ma ville à soutenir le transport en commun. Le transport en commun, ça profite à tous, ceux qui conduisent et ceux qui prennent l'autobus. Et puis, l'auto nous coûte à tous, ceux qui conduisent et ceux qui ne conduisent pas. Ça prend énormément de ressources, ça nous empoisonne l'air. Les stationnements, c'est tellement d'espace qui coûte cher. Ça coûte cher une place de stationnement, peu importe où est-ce que c'est. J'ai lu quelque part dans les années 2000 qu'une place de stationnement, ça coûte 15 000 $ par année. On peut ajuster pour les dollars d'aujourd'hui. Qu'elle soit utilisée ou non. C'est un espace qu'on pourrait utiliser pour la vie, pour les humains. Alors, je rêve d'une ville où on peut se déplacer facilement et librement. Et puis, je considère que le transport en commun, moi, quand j'achète mon laissez-passer mensuel, c'est ma cotisation pour un service communautaire qui profite à la communauté. Même ceux qui ne s'en servent pas profitent du fait que moi, je l'utilise. Alors, je voudrais juste sensibiliser et voir une volonté autour de moi d'abandonner l'automobile ou de l'utiliser de façon plus intelligente. Et I want us to take people out of their cars because it's going to be the death of us. How pleasant it is to commute today in Ottawa by car. It's not the freedom we bought into the dream of freedom, but it's not freedom. C'est des cages de verre. On est pris dans nos cages de verre et de métal. Alors, je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci Antoine de nous joindre aujourd'hui. On n'a aucune question. Merci pour votre présentation.
Merci.
Our next delegation en prochain, c'est Patrick Laplante. Patrick Laplante. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Patrick Laplante. I'm a citizen of Ottawa who uses public transit, a recent retiree from the school board sector, and this is my first time speaking at a City of Ottawa committee hearing. I live in Capital Ward. Good afternoon, Councillor Menard, over Zoom, specifically in a condo overlooking Herdman Station. For context, that means I was able to hear the faulty axle bearings, every time a train went around the curve, and saw the arcing on the morning of April 5th, 2023, as well as the subsequent rescue and repairs to the catenary system. My spouse and I are empty nesters who left the suburbs where our local bus service had already been cut several times and bought our condo in 2019, hoping to reduce our carbon footprint by living within walking distance of a major hub for a world-class transit system, as was promised by previous councils. We are obviously privileged in that we were in a position to afford such a home. And though we do own an EV, we really want to diminish our reliance on it and would prefer to use transit most of the time. As we plan to age in place, this will become a necessity at some point. Here's the problem, councillors. With the reduction in services and the increase in fares, it is often more expensive, never mind more time consuming, for the two of us to attend cultural events, volunteer, or do errands using the LRT than to drive into town and pay for parking. We would like to be responsible citizens and use transit for most of our trips within the downtown, but frankly, councillors, these service cuts and fare increases don't make it easy. When we worked, my spouse and I both used a combination of active transport and transit as much as possible. I don't know how things work at City Hall, but in schools, when the bell rings, you had better be where you're expected to be. The O train was down and I had to wait for 3 R1 buses, which drove by before I could get to work this morning. Just doesn't cut it. When I attended U Ottawa so years ago, I lived in Orléans and I commuted to school and my 2 downtown jobs. At that time, the express service didn't coordinate in the least with my timetables, and I was already aware of a 2-tiered system which catered to civil servants working 9 to 5 downtown. My late mother loved the service she received from OC Transpo. The current cuts exacerbate this 2-tiered system and force many people to choose driving rather than transit, adding to congestion on our roads, emissions in our air, and council rededicates more money to widen roads, and the money is cut from transit, and the wheel goes around. While high school, college, and university students are returning to school and civil servants are increasing their commutes to return to downtown workplaces, it seems incomprehensible that OC Transpo is choosing this time to further reduce service. One of the organizations I volunteer with is Acorn Ottawa, where I work with many people who rely entirely on transit for all their transportation needs. Cutting daytime and evening service makes getting to work or appointments more difficult for citizens, not clients, not users, citizens of Ottawa, citizens who don't have other options. I may be naive, but my understanding of the role of council is to provide services to the citizens who elect them. I believe these cuts are a disservice to all the citizens of Ottawa, whether they avail themselves of public transit or not. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Patrick. Actually, just stay at the, you have a question from Councillor Menard, your city council.
Please, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Patrick, for speaking with Commission today. I just wanted to ask you about the comments you're making about cuts and what you're specifically referring to. I assume you're in support of Councillor Leeper's motion to restore the LRT service, but are you also speaking about the bus campaign, or is there something else that you wanted to expand upon?
It was very specifically the reduction of the times. So Councillor Leeper's motion would address that, but certainly we've seen bus lines that have been cut. Now, I don't use the bus very much because of where I live. I live right at Herdman Station, so most of the trips I take are on the LRT, but certainly connections, and like when I was working, I used the 9 regularly, and if a 9 doesn't come by, well, you're going to wait another half hour because that's a not a non-high frequency line, right? So higher frequency everywhere would be more useful. Does that address your question?
It does. That's helpful, and thanks for that confirmation of your support for Councillor Leeper's motion as well. Appreciate you being here, Patrick, and always happy to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, our next 3 speakers are Delphine Robitaille, Raj Dubey, and Kathleen Fitzpatrick. And I think Delphine is here in the room. Yes. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Transit Commission today. My name is Delphine Robitaille, and I serve as the president of the University of Ottawa Students' Union, UOSU for short. I represent a little over 40,000 undergraduate students at U Ottawa. In my year leading the UOSU, I've witnessed the levels of student dissatisfaction with OC Transpo and its services skyrocket, to the point where I'm now concerned for the future of the relationship between our 2 institutions. The UOSU is a signatory to the U Ottawa's UPass program, which I want to talk about today. The program has existed at U Ottawa since 2010 as a direct result of student advocacy and out of a need for affordable student transportation. This remarkable achievement in student-city relations ensures that all enrolled full-time students at U Ottawa and the 3 other universities and colleges in the city get access to public transit across Ottawa and Gatineau for $229 a semester. At the University of Ottawa, over 38,000 students use UPass services, generating around $19 million in revenue for OC Transpo annually, with little work associated for OC Transpo as U Ottawa manages the opt-ins, the opt-outs, card replacements, and other administrative duties. Sorry?
We had someone unmuted online.
Okay.
Please continue.
All good. For years, the UPass was a mutually beneficial program. Students got to work in class easier and more affordably, and in turn brought new business to OC Transpo, stimulated public transportation ridership during off-peak, non-commuting hours, helped reduce pollution in Ottawa, brought business and labor to the downtown core, and cut down on the need for parking lots in a time where our campus and city needs all the space that it can get to build more housing. The reduction in service from every 5 to 6 minutes to every 10 minutes between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. on weekdays is not just a minor inconvenience. It's a blatant disregard for the needs of the nearly 100,000 university and college students who make up a significant portion of the city's population and ridership. It's also, in my view, an existential threat to the UPass program. The University of Ottawa, located in the very heart of our city, depends on reliable and frequent LRT service. By timing these cuts to coincide with the return to school, you've placed an unnecessary burden on thousands of students whose class and work schedules do not align with the traditional 9-to-5 workday. Anecdotally, I had a meeting yesterday at Lee's campus that's sold as being a quick train ride away from the main campus. I waited 15 minutes to board a train from Ottawa to Lee's because the first train that arrived couldn't accommodate all the students that were waiting. I'm deeply concerned by and disappointed with the complete lack of consultation with student groups during this decision-making process. As the representative of an organization that contributes nearly $20 million a year to OC Transpo for service that consistently under-delivers on the promise of the UPass, I have a harder time than ever justifying to my students that this program is worth it for our community. I worry about the possibility of a student referendum to do away with the UPass. And with the current level of service, I cannot in good faith promise that the USU would campaign against a motion of this nature. Please help me and help us convince young people and students that OC Transpo and the City of Ottawa are responsive to their needs and worth their patronage. Thank you for your time and work, and to the councillor for the motion moved earlier, which I wholeheartedly support. Thank you.
Thank you, Delphine. I see a couple of questions for you.
Please.
Just stay there. Councillor Menard?
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for the delegation. I think it's important to highlight how impacted students are by transit service cuts. That is primarily who has been the engine of the transit service, particularly through the pandemic. And, you know, when we worked to get the UPass in, that was a campaign from 2009 into 2010, you know, with the Pedestrian Transit Advisory Committee, City of Ottawa, Ottawa, Carleton University, and it expanded from there with Algonquin, St. Paul. It's an excellent program. And when we first got it in, it was $125 a semester. And it went up from there to you know, under assumptions of revenue neutrality. It's now, you know, an expensive pass, given that not everybody uses it, but everybody pays into it as a public good. So I guess the question to you is, you know, you rightfully point out how many students use this at Ottawa and how many students are using the bus and transit service across Ottawa. It's actually the #1 user in the City of Ottawa is students. And so I guess the question to you is, are students the one that we should be placing the burdens on when we make these types of cuts? Are students able to afford those types of service cuts? And should that burden not be spread out amongst the city, not just placed on the backs of transit riders and students?
Thank you for the question and for your insights on that. Absolutely. I would say students can't afford to take those cuts, but neither can Ottawa. Students are the ones staffing the businesses that people in the city depend on, the grocery stores, the small businesses in the downtown core. Students are also the ones, you know, staffing those federal offices, those Government of Canada jobs, and we need to get there. And we don't work that typical 9-to-5 schedule a lot of the time, right? We'll have classes in the mornings, in the evenings, in the middle of the day, shifts that start at all hours of the day. And to me, also, the other reason why I say Ottawa can't afford this is the message that we're being sent as students and as future young professionals is that maybe we should take our talents elsewhere to other municipalities that'll prioritize transit for us, and that'll allow us to settle down wherever we want and to have direct access to public transit. And so I think it is really unfortunate to not invest in students and in talent in Ottawa in that way. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much. Thank you for your presentation. I was part of the referendum at Carleton that voted in the UPass in 2009, I think. Anyway, this will sort of support, this will sort of help me with one of my questions for staff later, but can you describe some of those off-peak ebb and flows of students? Like, do you have, back at Carleton, we used to have, 11:35 used to be that big departure time from campus, or you had that huge departure time at 9 p.m. when night classes ended. Can you describe that at U Ottawa for me?
Yeah, absolutely. You hit the nail right on the head, right? We have those odd schedules of, we have an influx of students leaving campus at odd hours at 9:50, right? Like, that's super specific, but one of the main time slots for classes is that one that ends at 6:50 p.m. And then you got your students who are on the 7 to 10 p.m. classes. So they leave campus at 10 p.m. Students that end their day at 11:20. That's when their day ends, right? And that's also what I saw trying to get to my meeting yesterday around 11:30 at Lee's campus, and having to wait for a whole other train to come because there simply wasn't enough room or time before the train left for everyone to get on. So then I waited, my 10 minutes extra. And to me, it feels like, and I'm not trying to do a process of intent on anyone, but those feel like things that should be prioritized and that should be known when we're making those decisions. And if I'm not getting that call asking me about what students want and need out of transit, when I represent 40,000 of them, I'm pretty sure the rest of my peers aren't, right? And those are insights that we're happy to give. Like, we want to be brought into this conversation. We want to talk about it. But unfortunately, I haven't felt any reach out before, during, or after those decisions were made.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation today. That's extremely helpful. I hope we'll see you sitting around this table in the not too distant future. So I have been focused on frequency. I've had a difficulty communicating the motion that I'm putting on the table, and I've tried to say frequency is a good in and of itself. Even if there is capacity, it is still more attractive to have the frequency of train in order so that people don't have multiple stop trips at which they might end up waiting 10 minutes for one train, go a stop, do an errand, wait 10 minutes for the next train, et cetera, et cetera. But what I've heard you say today is that while I've taken it for granted that there is enough capacity with 10-minute trains, you're saying that may not be the case. Was your experience with respect to missing a train because of crowds unique, or are you hearing about that as an issue?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I want to completely agree with the importance of frequency. That's also what builds people's comfort and trust in our public transit system, is showing up to the stop and knowing that they don't have to check the schedule because in the next 5 minutes, there'll be something there. So I totally agree on that. And as far as capacity, no, that's definitely not an isolated incident. I work right next to the U Ottawa station. I see it frequently. The crowds gather, and then 2 to 3 minutes following the previous train. And then there's just too many people. And perhaps they could all fit on the train, but the operators aren't always waiting, right? They have a stop to get to, fair enough. If we're taking 5 minutes to load at every station, that's not super efficient. So no, that's definitely, although it was my anecdotal experience, definitely not an isolated one. And I have students coming to my office or emailing me pretty much every day about their disappointment with the public transit that they've received at U Ottawa.
Yeah. I mean, I will just say one of the outcomes that I foresee of the cut service is it can be very inconvenient to take the bus to get to the train, particularly if you have to take a bus to get to the bus to get to the train. Some people are going to use scooters and bikes in order to get there. When the train only comes every 10 minutes, that's only half the opportunities to get that mobility device onto the train with you. So again, extremely helpful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker is Raj Dubey. I see you, Raj, online there. So you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready to go.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. I want to start off by honoring our Indigenous members and community members by saying it's not about us without us, and we're in this canoe together. I want to discuss how we can increase ridership efficiencies and how we can be a caring and compassionate city. I'm here to raise my objections to this council's uncaring attitude toward the workers of Ottawa through increased bus fares, lack of service, care, and service cuts. For example, I was seriously injured in an OC transport bus. I reported the matter and have yet to have the city address the matter constructively, despite me presenting constructive feedback as how to fix the poor planning of the LRT stations and schedule issues, which led to my injury. And earlier today, there was a speaker, Laura Shantz, who precisely identified what the problem was. And that's what caused me to get injured. I've been waiting over 3 years. Now, I mention this as to demonstrate how the city staff is disconnected from the service they provide. But however, I'm a positive person and I want to propose solutions. I want to propose a solution of the financial crisis which is caused by the mayor, especially regarding the bus challenges. As businesses are the primary beneficiaries of the bus service as it delivers workers to work, that any business in Ottawa with more than 25 employees must provide a free bus pass to their staff, purchased at full price from the city. This pass will be treated as a taxable benefit, but must not be considered as part of the staff's salary. Said employees will not permit staff who receive a free bus pass a parking space. Can't have it both ways. Alternatively, a municipal transportation tax should be put on businesses. Also, an agreement must be pursued with the federal and provincial governments whose employees work in the city of Ottawa. This would help these governments to meet their international agreements to reduce carbon footprint, which other speakers have addressed today. The only exemption will be for essential services such as hospitals, police, fire, and charities. This is because we want essential workers to get to and from work efficiently, and as currently, the OC transfer bus service is not reliable. All volunteers of registered charities, regardless of staff side, will also be provided a free bus pass at the city's expense. But it's not really the city's expense because the businesses are subsidizing that. The benefits will be that there will be reduced traffic congestions and carbon footprint, increased bus usage, and a guaranteed cash flow to subsidize the cost of business. Number 3, all city councillors and staff must be encouraged to take the bus to work with free, non-transferable bus passes, and all free parking for staff be removed and the parking space be available for the public to use. This is because unless the city councils and staff are suffering the same way we are, the general citizenry, change from the city council and staff will not come about. As I said, we're all in this canoe together. Council and staff need to lead by example. And staff who insist on using private transportation must pay for parking at the published rates. I've got 8 points. Point 4, switch from the current payment system as millions of dollars are being siphoned in siphoned in fees to the owners of Presto to the tune of $13.4 million annually. And the city still has to negotiate for millions more to integrate the old train system. We also need to place a municipal tax on Uber. For example, it cost me $8 in Uber to get from point A to point B, from Billingsbridge to here, but it only costs $5 on a bus. It needs to be more expensive, and the city should be getting some of that money. Number 6, LRT contractors need to financially compensate the city for failure to deliver on time. Number 7, use the $493 million that the city wants to set aside for Lansdowne developers to fix the system to subsidize the cost of bus.
You have 30 seconds left.
And the last point is a new development fee needs to be charged to developers. And lastly, any city council receiving financial donations to their election campaigns or have received financial donations should be recused from voting on this consideration. And in summation, if you do the math, I've just shown the city how to save $1 billion in revenues and efficiencies. So
thank you. That's your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And Raj, you have a question from Councillor Leeper.
Okay, let me switch screens. Thank you, Mr. Leeper.
Councillor Leeper actually just took his hand down, but maybe you can follow up later. But thank you very much for those good ideas. And I'll go to the next speaker. Thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
Kathleen Fitzpatrick, I see you online there. You're ready to go with 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Sorry, we're just working on the unmute feature. 1 sec. Sorry, Kathleen.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
That's much better. Thank you very much. Okay, now you're
Sorry
ready to
about
go.
that. Tech is not always my first friend. So I didn't put the doctor in front of my first name, but it is Dr. Kathleen Fitzpatrick, and I do have a PhD in political science, and I have lots of experience doing political consulting. And I would like to make some suggestions to the council, given my political and socioeconomic analysis of the situation you're all facing. And I've been a resident of Ottawa since 1985 when I came here to be a student at Carleton University. So I've experienced the city as a student and now as a professional who's telecommuting mostly. And that's one of the first things. So I have 3 main points that I'll outline and then go to in more depth. And it's free political consultation, so hopefully you'll all welcome it. So the first one is the big picture, the ongoing sort of mismanagement of city funds around transit systems. The second one is the changing ridership, which is a shift in socio-economic demographics that the city needs to adjust for. And fourth is the equity issue, which is going to have important political ramifications for all council members and has been in the past should be a part of the political calculation of both the mayor and the council, just for your own good, right? So the first one is mismanagement. Now, I don't want to relitigate the bad decisions around the LRT because I'm sure you people are tired of hearing about it. But when Doug Ford is telling you that he's not giving you any more money until you get your act together, I mean, there's some value to that. And Jim Watson lost his job partially because of the whole LRT mess. And this has increased the frustration among the ridership, you know, and around the way that it has been a public-private partnership which hasn't worked, and that the maintenance people, the RTG, keeps messing up and causing frustration around the ridership, and to the point where people aren't taking transit anymore because it's not reliable. And these private companies need to be held accountable. And there are all sorts of jurisdictions around the world that manage public service with in-house situations that are more efficient. And that's what the union people have been telling you too. But you can't go back. I understand that. But you need to hold these people to account to deliver what they promised in their contracts. That's their job as contractors, is to deliver. And if they're not delivering, then you need to fine them or something. And that will help with the budget too. The second thing that you guys need to pay attention to is the changing ridership. As said before, the system was designed to deliver bureaucrats downtown to work in the offices. Now, with the onset of telecommuting, that's not going to come back. So the ridership is fundamentally changed, and the bus scheduling has to reflect that. People are doing flex work when they're not going down to downtown offices anymore. That means redesigning the needs of the people who are actually riding the transit system, which are people in the caring economy and marginalized and racialized groups who are trying to get to essential services downtown, like the speaker before me was saying. If you put a gender lens on this and a racial lens on this, the people that are riding the bus are no longer just going downtown. They're going to local jobs in local hubs, and they need buses to get them there, and the businesses need people to get them there. Right? So we need to think critically about who our ridership is and update our data. And otherwise you're going to keep making bad decisions which aren't going to create increased ridership, which we all agree is the goal. Finally, equity, right? Poor people take public transit. That is why it's chronically underfunded. But you need to think about it in terms of getting these people back into the downtown core off-peak hours. That's why this cut to the timeline is fundamentally flawed. People aren't going necessarily for work, they're going for entertainment. So to get people downtown, you need those off-peak hours, and it needs to be reliable so people will go and revitalize our downtown core through entertainment, through community work, through volunteering, right? And we need to recognize the decentralization of our city so that so specific suburbs and wards that are not in the downtown core are properly serviced by the people that are working outside the city core. So you need to revitalize the city core and you need to decentralize the system so ward hubs of activity are serviced, right? This just is common sense if you think about it socio-economically. And finally, before this ends, right, this will have political consequences because these socioeconomic changes in the population of Ottawa are going to vote. They're going to vote if they can't get to work. The bureaucrats that are telecommuting aren't going to vote. So it's in everybody's collective interest to do the right thing.
Thank you, Kathleen. Right on time. Are there any questions from the committee? I'm seeing none. Thank you for joining us today, Kathleen. Our next three speakers are Bennett Gladwin, Carrie Glines-Elliott, and Cedric Desjardins. And is Bennett in the room? Yes. It is great to see so many delegations in person. It's great to see people online too, but it's also nice to see people in person.
Hey, it's a lifestyle, right?
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I should say good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bennett Gladwin, and I'm a resident of Ward 23. I'm here to talk to you today about the crisis of this city's transit system and to speak out against the proposed cuts to OC Transpo's operating budget. As a lifelong resident of Ottawa, I've been a frequent user of this city's transit system. As a student at the University of Ottawa and later as a civil servant, taking the bus to and from work or school was a daily occurrence. Since returning to the office after the pandemic, I've continued to take the bus from Canada to downtown several times a week. It is with that experience that I can state confidently for this committee that OC Transpo has never been less reliable or less capable of getting residents where they need to go. I want to be clear that this decline in quality of service has nothing to do with OC Transpo employees who work hard under stressful conditions to meet the needs of commuters. Those in charge have consistently tried to cut corners, reduced service, and inconvenienced commuters at every turn. In a time when people are more and more interested in reducing our reliance on private vehicles and reducing our carbon footprint, Ottawa seems to be doing everything that it can to push people back onto the roads. Like many Ottawans, I was excited when our new light rail system was nearing completion, but what should have been an upgrade for everyone's daily commute has instead turned into another roadblock. The LRT should be about giving commuters options. Residents who live close to LRT stations could use it to navigate the city quickly and reliably. Meanwhile, commuters arriving by bus from the suburbs could get where they needed to go without disruption. Maintaining previously existing bus routes would have further ensured that everyone could choose whichever option suited them best, reducing crowding and wait times. Instead, the philosophy adopted by the City of Ottawa has been to use its expensive new light rail system to inconvenience commuters as much as possible. Rather than being able to choose between bus or train, all east-west traffic is forced onto the latter, placing unnecessary strain on the LRT line and increasing wait times for all. Forcing suburban commuters to disembark once they reach the downtown core creates avoidable bottlenecks when the buses they arrived on are perfectly capable of dropping them off a few stops later once they reach Centertown. Everyone in this city wants light rail to work, and yet now we hear that it's already shaky service is being scaled back. And so, like many of the fellow residents here, I support the motion by Councillor Leifer to push back against those proposed cuts. With all of these issues noted, it is abundantly clear to me and most residents of this city that none of these problems can be solved by cutting transit funding. Reducing people's access to a system that's already struggling will only serve to alienate commuters further, pushing frustrated residents to turn to private vehicles instead of public transit. This would lead to lower ridership, increased congestion, and increased greenhouse gas emissions. The solution is to create a well-funded, reliable, and efficient transit system the residents of Ottawa can be proud of. The best way to increase ridership is to increase the speed and reliability of the services offered. Some of the changes that could make a difference include offering more bus routes that run more frequently, which feature live GPS updates at all times and not just some of the times, so that people know when or if their bus is arriving. Stop forcing commuters to disembark onto the LRT, creating artificial bottlenecks that slow down everyone's commute and places additional strain on the system. increase the number of bus lanes, ensuring that public transit offers an escape from gridlock instead of a less comfortable version thereof, and consider reducing or eliminating transit fares to entice commuters away from getting into their cars. Now, I see I have a little bit more time, so I do want to speak as well to the economic impacts of increasing transit funding. I know that's a point that others have made already, but I know, speaking for myself personally, there are jobs in this city that I live in that I simply could not take because it would be too long and too inconvenient to get there. I could never apply for a job in Orleans, which would take me easily an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and a half each way to get there by public transit, and probably equally long as by car as well. And, you know, that reduces the economic impact that citizens of the city can have if they feel that they're restricted to career choices and jobs that are only within a short radius of where they live. And so I think that not only allowing people to access all the benefits of the city and its many amenities, but also allowing people to go wherever they need to go. So I think that all of this can be achieved with the right level of investment and the right changes in strategy, and further investment in public transit will help make the most of what already does work and help rebuild trust in OC Transpo and the City of Ottawa. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie Glines Elliott. And Carrie's here as well. Welcome.
All right, I think it's on. All right. So hi, nice to see many of you. I think lots of people are going to present today with personal stories about how transit isn't working. I could do that too. The last 3 weeks have been an absolute nightmare. I've had a lot of adventures on the buses the last little while. But actually, I'm here to remind city councillors about what we've lost. I often hear people talk and say that transit is bad, and transit has always been bad. And I want to push back a little bit against that, because I think when you say that transit has always been bad, it sort of implies that we can't make it better. It's always been like that. That's not true. I moved to the city about 25 years ago. I didn't have any money. I certainly couldn't afford a car. So I rode transit all the time. I went to Carleton University. I got a graduate degree. I was an English teacher. And so what I did was I used to teach a class in the morning at one location and jump on a bus and go to a different location and teach, and then jump on a bus and go teach a private lesson, and then maybe jump on a bus and teach another private lesson. I was all over the city, Ottawa, Gatineau. I had a contract at Shirley's Bay once, a space agency lab. That was fun. Everything was by transit. And I couldn't budget sort of bumper zones in between because I didn't have that much time. And I couldn't really be 15 minutes late for a 1-hour private lesson with a senior executive. That's not okay. I never worried about transit. I really was able to do that job exclusively by transit. I had kids. I went to appointments. I took them to daycare. I took them to school, all by public transit. I mean, it really worked. We lived on a bus route, the number 5. It was so reliable, you could set your watch by it. This is what we've lost after a decade of austerity. And it's really meaningful. It's really frustrating to me. A young person moving to Ottawa now who wanted to sort of do that sort of thing, if they were a teacher just sort of starting out in their career, they couldn't do what I did, at least not by relying on public transit. And I think that's really sad. I worry that students can't afford to have part-time jobs because they can't necessarily get there, or they can't get the kind of jobs that they want because it's so difficult to get around by public transit. People in Ottawa are being squeezed. Some of that's not the problem of city council, right? There are parents in rural areas who are worried whether school buses are going to show up. That's not your fault, but they're your residents too. There are office workers being forced to commute into offices. That's not your problem, but they're also your residents. And all this austerity has made it very, very difficult to live in this city. These are decisions that were made by city council, right? Last year, city council voted for a budget that was entirely unreasonable. And there were delegate after delegate after delegate that came up and said, this budget's ridiculous, please don't vote for it. And city councilors still voted for it. And that's why we're in the position that we're in. So I'm kind of here asking for better from city councilors, actually. I really think that I know that everybody here, constituents all across the city, want a fully functioning city without having to pay for it. But if you're old enough to vote, you're old enough to know that nothing's free. And I think city councilors need to have good conversations with their constituents and say flat out, if you want a functioning city, we're going to need to pay for it. The city's responsible for a whole bunch of things: police, garbage, water, sewer, road maintenance, transit. I don't quite understand why transit's always on the chopping block. I mean, imagine if we said, we can't afford garbage collection anymore. We're just going to stop doing that. Like, no, that's not okay. So why is transit always on the chopping block? Anyways, I see allies around the table. I'm not trying to say each city councilor is a problem, but I am sort of saying OC Transport can only do so much with the funds that they're given, and it's up to city council to make sure that they have the funds.
Thank you, Carrie. Are there any questions from councilors? Thank you for joining us today. Our next three speakers are Cedric Desjardins, Nathan Pryor, and Morgan Coulson. Oh, and then Daniel Jones. But we're going to start with Cedric Desjardins. Bonjour.
So is it okay? It's working? Perfect. All right. Thank you very much for being here, councilors. Good afternoon. My name is Cedric Desjardins. I'm a first-year student at the University of Ottawa, and I've lived in this city for most of my life. I am here today to speak out against the recent cuts to LRT service. Just as federal workers return to the office, just as classes start back up, OC Transpo has decided to cut O-Train service in the off-peak from every 5 minutes to every 10 minutes. This decision is poorly judged and problematic. A comfortable 9 to 5 is not the reality for many of the city's residents, especially students like me who have complicated schedules and who disproportionately don't drive and take transit. Now, I'm lucky. I'm living in residence for the first year, so I can just walk to class. But many people I know have to travel already close to near 2 hours to get to campus. They have to use buses that come every 30 minutes or every hour, and that's if they're lucky. Good chance that they'll be late or that they might not even show up. And see, that's just a thing. Another 5 minutes might seem trivial, but this system is already on its last legs. It is in a poor state of affairs, and these cuts are going to compound greatly the many issues riders have to face. I've heard countless stories of late buses or buses that simply didn't show up, leaving people stranded. I have personally seen many times how infrequent and unreliable the bus network is. Longer wait times between trains will make it even harder to make those buses and will result in more strandings, missed buses, and late arrivals. And this is serious consequences. What happens when someone misses a class, misses a midterm, misses an exam, misses time working or studying? These aren't trivial. It's critical and damaging. And again, right now I'm lucky. I won't have to face this problem. But what about in a year when I move back home to the chairman's ward or to another ward in the city? Or what about if I have an internship or a new job? Those opportunities would be undercut as my luck would run out. And it's a shame because a frequent LRT service has helped me access great volunteer and learning opportunities. But even when I'm just coming out of a festival or going to see friends, I can just walk off a bus or enter a station knowing a train would be there very shortly. This ease of use helps people simply enjoy and live comfortably in this city. These cuts won't gain you guys anything. For marginal efficiencies, you're going to undercut further what should be the backbone of our system, driving people away from OC Transpo and hurting those who have no choice but to use it. And if you'd entertain a small story, in 2018, I entered a contest to name an O-Train, and I won, getting the chance to walk onto a train set named Tundra on the Confederation Line's inaugural ride. Now, I did it mostly because I was 11 and 12 and I thought trains were cool. But even then, I understood that the city had done something good, that it had aimed big and given us a cleaner, quicker, and more efficient way to get around. It was my way back then of recognizing and affirming that this city had made transit work for us. It's been 5 years, a lot has changed, and that idea has been greatly tested, but my faith in what Ottawa can do still holds. And if one serves on council, that means they think this too. I hope you believe that City Hall can make people's lives better. So I ask councillors don't cut further. In fact, support the motion raised by Councillor Laurier there, and invest, grow the system. That's what's going to help people get around. That's what will bring ridership back up. Prove to me once again, and that 11 and 12-year-old, that the city works for us. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thanks, Cedric. I'm not seeing any questions, so thanks for joining us today. And
Thank
thanks
you.
for the name suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Morgan Coulson, who is online.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
You're a little bit quiet, but we can hear you.
Perfect. Let me lean in a little bit then. Good afternoon. My name is Morgan Coulson, and I'm a registered psychotherapist who lives in College Ward and works in Somerset Ward. This is my first time delegating, so please excuse any nerves. I moved to Ottawa in 2013 in order to finish my undergraduate studies at Carleton University. And after 2 years living in Vancouver for my master's, I returned to our lovely city in late 2018. I'm a homeowner, a cat mom, a nuisance in your inboxes, and most importantly for today, I'm not an avid transit user. You see, I would love to be an avid transit user. And in fact, I used to be during my university days. I would love to leave my car in College Ward collecting dust and take OC Transpo into work in Centertown each day. But unfortunately for me and many others in the city, that's not always viable or feasible. As it currently stands, the OC Transpo trip planner estimates that it should take me about 1.5 hours from the door of my home to the door of my office to commute by transit. That's 3 extra hours added to my workday in total, assuming everything goes well and everything runs on time, which we know by now is not the case. I have sat at Bayshore Station for upwards of 2 hours waiting on a bus that would never come. I have looked up a route to get to my old office building and realized that the rerouting for the LRT meant I would have to drive 20 minutes down the road to get on the correct route. I have received frantic texts and emails from clients telling me that their bus is late, or worse, canceled entirely and they'll be late to session. Multiple times I have had people miss their session entirely due to unreliable transit. We know that the transit system is already suffering from years of horrendous budget cuts, service reductions, and whole routes being cut entirely. We've also known for 2 years now that our mayor has an OC Transpo-sized hole in his budget planning, and yet we continue to entertain the idea of 75% fare increases and reducing services, effectively hoisting the problem onto the very service users you claim to be working for, and to blame 2 other levels of government rather than take accountability or name the developer investment elephant in the room. We can't only look outside of the city. We must make better choices at home as well. Our beautiful city suffers from the same issues of many other cities around the country. Instead of looking at evidence-based data, instead of listening to community, we continue to cut services that actually serve our community members instead of addressing the root of the problem. I mentioned at the top of my time that I'm a psychotherapist. I also mentioned that I've had numerous clients late or miss their sessions entirely because of unreliable transit. Not only does missing sessions affect the mental and emotional well-being of the people that I work with, but it is an additional financial barrier and burden. Would you charge a late cancellation fee for someone who missed their appointment because the bus didn't come or the train was out of service? If I don't charge it, will I be able to pay my mortgage each month? And if I do charge it, is it fair or ethical of me to pass that financial burden onto someone who has no control on whether the train is in service? Earlier this week, September 10th, was Suicide Prevention Day. A large part of suicide prevention that is not discussed in polite society is economic impact and barriers. Food security is suicide prevention. Housing security is suicide prevention. Cultural and language revitalization is suicide prevention. Access to affordable, reliable transit service is suicide prevention. I want to live in a city that prioritizes community well-being. I want to live in a city that cares for people, not developers. I want to live in a city whose budget reflects the values of care, commitment, respect, and responsibility for the people who call it home and the land it sits upon. I want to live in a city where I can reliably and efficiently take transit, living more by my personal values on climate change. And I want desperately for that city to be Ottawa. I urge you to reverse the cuts. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Morgan. I'm not seeing any questions from committee members. Appreciate your presentation today. Our next speaker is Daniel Jones. And Daniel's here in person, yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'd like to make a correction before my time formally starts that on the listing it has me under Horizon Ottawa. I was just made aware of the opportunity to speak, and I'm not speaking on behalf of them before we formally begin. I would also like to ask to be excused under hoping that my exhaustion does not prevent me from articulating my frustrations today. I am exhausted because I work 2 jobs and go to school to full time. To facilitate going to and from these places and wherever else I need to go to, I use our OC Transpo and LRT services. Increasingly, these services have become untimely. Increasingly, I'm hearing from colleagues of mine who suffer when the bus routes are reduced, trimmed, or otherwise affected. Increasingly, I am worried about the management of these services, and now I am forced to consider under what conditions could reducing the frequency of the LRT assist in it performing its primary goal of servicing the people of Ottawa. Servicing people like students, like our federal service workers, who are being encouraged to take our transportation systems while seeing their wait times increase, while seeing routes trimmed, while seeing fares continue to rise. Transportation services need to be consistent, fairly priced, and widely serviceable to be accessible to all. Where in that promise for our services, as they're planned to be, does this fit? The so-called optimizations that took place in 2011, where we pruned out several routes and reduced times, certainly did not promote this. And our further proposed service cuts, such as the reduction of operating hours and further pruning of 40 routes, certainly do not promote this either. It is these cuts against the backdrop of a ballooning police budget, including the installation near Bytown in the mall, road widening plans, and the Lansdowne 2.0 project that casts my doubt at the management of these transportation services. As we saw earlier today, the year-to-date results and forecast estimates earlier this morning point towards the effects of this mismanagement. Lower ridership is begotten by increased fares, increased wait times, and decreased reliability. People do not want to ride a service if it is expensive and is not consistent. With the installation of fare inspectors, I continue to see how ridership may be affected. I, among many others, do not support this installation. It is not a fare evasion issue. It is a fare cost issue. Using fare inspectors as a tool of intimidation ignores that fare evasion goes down if the overall fare also decreases. This highlights to me a poor strategy from the city to increase paid riders and in turn to increase ridership. I, as others have already stated, do not claim to be able to solve this deficit on my own. I'm a student. I work full-time. It's just not my wheelhouse. I also recognize, however, that it is apparent if this issue is left neglected, many riders will continue to suffer. I also recognize that if such items such as our police budget continue to reach new heights, our public services will continue to reach new lows. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Daniel, for joining us today. Just look to see if we have any questions. We do not. Thank you. Our next 3 speakers are Aidan Kalionen, Sarah DeWalt, and Thomas Denman. I think Aidan is here. Yes. Welcome.
Oh, there we go. It was already on. That's why I turned it off. So hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aidan Kalionen, and I serve as the Associate Vice President for University and Government Relations at the Carleton University Students Association. Our association is responsible for representing the undergraduate community of Carleton University, especially in issues of relevance to the wider community. And I come to speak today in regards to the recent reductions in off-week service frequency on Confederation Line. In 2023 alone, our association saw over 25,700 student rides using UPass, and collectively, our students paid just shy of $12 million for access to OC Transpo services last year. For the capital that we contribute and the ridership we help maintain, students fundamentally deserve a service that is reliable, frequent, and accessible for all. Under the current situation, that's not what's happening in regards to Confederation Line or elsewhere. Members of the committee, a student's schedule is a finicky thing, isn't it? We accuse are very cognizant of the fact that many of our students do not have a schedule that fits the presumptive peak versus off-peak distinctions in service. Very few of our students have what would you call a traditional 9 to 5 commute. That model of service delivery doesn't work for us and the over 100,000 students that call Ottawa home. Reductions in service reverberate across transit due to its interconnectivity. Take the example of students who live by Herdman, Tunney's Pasture, or any other station wishing to utilize the Confederation Line to transfer to other bus services that head to Carleton, head to medical appointments, or their part-time job. A 5-minute reduction in off-peak service can easily lead to a 10 or 15-minute delay down the line. That means they're late to class, they're late to work, they're late to essential medical appointments, and longer days for our students as a whole. All of which I need to remind you have a significant impact on student mental health and well-being. Last month, we delivered a letter to several of our local city councilors as well as Mayor Sutcliffe addressing our concerns surrounding these cuts, and we were proud to be joined by our partners in the University of Ottawa Students Union and the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 279. Last year, we also delivered over 100 postcards signed by students to city councilors addressing cuts to service in local areas. Reliable access to transportation, to no surprise, was identified as important or extremely important by 95.3% of student respondents to our most recent advocacy roadmap consultation. We see a focus from the city in trying to rebuild trust among its transit ridership. Unfortunately, given the reductions in overall frequency, the changing or replacing of many routes that students relied on in last year's bus route review, the complete lack of accountability or consultation on delayed projects such as Trillium Line, or even the recent issues surrounding access to UPass, very few students actually trust OC Transpo to deliver a reliable commute. The current cuts to off-peak frequency feel like just another figurative gut punch to students who, more than almost any other group in the city, need our transit system to work. As opposed to the austerity measures we've seen, the City of Ottawa and OC Transpo need to seriously consider introducing positive and significant investments and strategies that serve to grow ridership rather than diminish it, especially if we wish to bring that ridership back to pre-pandemic levels. I really want to stress this, that you cannot increase ridership without investments in your people, your fleet, and your service. Thank you to everyone who chose to delegate today, to our partners in City Council, the province, the transit unions, other student unions, and the grassroots organizations that help mobilize support for change in Ottawa's transit system. Positive change doesn't begin until you talk to students, actually listen to the concerns of students, and implement service that benefits students. Transit can and should be the most effective, safe, and reliable way for us to get around Ottawa, for all of us, and for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. And I'm very sorry, I missed your name. Nathan?
Aiden, you're close.
Sorry, Aiden. And I just want to say thank you. Your and Delphine's presentations were helpful today. The same question I have that I posed to the representative from the University of Ottawa. There is a frequency question, and I think you've very satisfactorily spoken to what happens when the frequency of the train diminishes and the ripple impact that has throughout the system. I have been taking it for granted that capacity is still going to be there even at 10-minute trains. Do you have reason to believe that capacity may be an issue as a result of these cuts?
First of all, thank you for your question. I think capacity and frequency go hand in hand in many ways when you talk about reliable service. And yeah, I agree. I think capacity is an issue too. I mean, and it not just relates to Confederation Line, but to bus services around the city. I think there are many buses, particularly the ones that service Carleton. And I anticipate that with the opening of Trillium Line, this may become an issue too down the line, that are overcrowded, overfull, and not meeting service demand. We have students overflowing out of bus stops waiting for service. We have students who, because of the overflow, are sometimes 30 minutes to an hour late to class or appointments. And so, yeah, I think both of those things go hand in hand, and that capacity is just as much of an issue as frequency is at this point. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Aidan, for your excellent presentation, and appreciated meeting with you a couple of weeks ago, and look forward to the transit forum that you're going to be holding on campus. So thanks for all your work and students' work at Carleton to improve transit service in the city. I did want to ask you about the current Line 2 not being operational, and the R2 buses that are meant to replace that line and their access into Carleton on a regular basis. We've been hearing from students that these are often delayed or not as frequent as they would like, in addition to some of the frequency challenges with the number 7 and 6 that we saw in the recent numbers that came out from OC Transco. I just wonder if you could describe how that affects student life, given the class time starts. I remember when I was at Carleton, you had classes all during the day and some in the evening. It wasn't regular hours, but I'm wondering, and I remember waiting for the bus, and we had the O train when I was there actually, but you would wait for the bus at those large stalls that we had. And I'm wondering what that situation is like now today for a student with the bus on campus. How has it been in terms of service, and what feedback do you get regularly from your members in the association?
Well, thank you for the question, Councillor. And maybe I'll give you an example that hits pretty close to home to me, and one that we've experienced this morning. So I drove here this morning to get to the Transit Commission, but my girlfriend and I, we live in Hull, and she regularly utilizes both the R2 bus service and the 85 to come out of Hull and to get to campus. And so she had an 8:30 class this week. Maybe members of the committee can guess what time she had to leave our apartment in the morning to get to class on time. And the answer was 6 a.m. And so she spent 20 to 30 minutes waiting for a transfer between the 85 and the Line 2. And that's indicative of things we're hearing from all of our students, quite frankly. And it's not just our 2 bus service, quite frankly. The way in which the schedules are designed make it very prone to delays and very prone to transfer delays in particular. And so, that's just one example that I'm personally passionate about. And but it's something we are hearing across the board. So I take your point. Yes.
Thanks for being here and for articulating that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Aidan, for joining us today. Our next speaker is Sarah DeWalt. Good afternoon, Sarah. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone present for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I've lived in Ottawa my entire life, and I want to start off by saying just how much I love this city. It's my home. It's where I grew up, where I went to school, where I'm starting my career, and where I plan on starting a family. I first started using transit in 2008 to commute to school. I've lived through the transit strike, the peak of the transitway and its many flaws, the approval, construction, and finally opening of O-Train Line 1. I'm also one of many residents in this city who does not own a car. While our system has its flaws, I love having the ability to get anywhere I need in the city by transit. Yes, it can take a while sometimes, but there will always be a bus or a train that goes somewhere where I need to go. That being said, me and those like me are being left behind by this council. Yes, COVID fundamentally changed ridership patterns, and ridership has yet to return to previous levels. The changes being made in the new Way to Bus plan address this by cutting many connection routes that are no longer needed and reorients the system to better reflect the ridership patterns we are seeing. That being said, it is still a service cut and not the only one to happen in the past year, with the recent reduction to off-peak frequency on O-Train Line 1, and last year, the reduction of weekend service to single car trains every 10 minutes. These reductions amount to minuscule amounts of savings considered the outsized impacts they have on ease of use of the system. Having a train come every 5 minutes makes it easy to show up at a station anytime. knowing that at most you will only have to wait for 5 minutes. With trains coming every 10 minutes, a painless process becomes a pain point as riders show up at the station and have to wait up to 10 minutes to catch their train. When combined with 12-minute frequency on line 2 when it reopens, and at best 15-minute frequencies on bus routes, with most running every 30 minutes or less, many potential riders will be turned off, and those remaining will have to deal with subpar service. We've been relying on the provincial and federal governments to get us through the pandemic years, but it should be clear by now that those emergency funds, and they were emergency funds, are gone. We are not alone in facing these issues. However, we are alone in our refusal to face up to the problem and take responsibility as a city for resolving it. In 2023, facing similar budget deficits, Toronto raised their property tax rate by 9.5%. Hamilton raised theirs by 7.9%. And outside of this province, Calgary raised their property tax rate by 7.8%, and Vancouver raised theirs by 7.5%. Here in Ottawa, knowing that we were facing yet another year of transit deficits, we raised ours by a paltry 2.5%. I believe in this city. We can become a transit capital where taking transit rather than driving is seen not just as something for those with no other choice, but as the best way to get around the city. This would mean less need for parking, which would improve walkability. It would mean less congestion on our streets. It would mean less pollution in our air. With the construction of O-Train Stage 2 and the prioritization of transit-oriented development, we are already starting to shift in this direction as a city. So why then are we refusing to fund transit operations? Why are we forcing our transit operator to find efficiencies by cutting service on the spine of our network for paltry savings? The transit death spiral is a well-known phenomenon, and we are circling in it as we speak. We cut service and raise fares to try and balance the sheets, which only ends up leading to lower ridership, thus forcing us to cut more service and raise fares again. We know the way out of this spiral. This is why I'm calling on the City of Ottawa to reverse the cuts to off-peak frequency on O-Train Line 1 and raise property taxes in order to make our transit system something that we can be proud of once more. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you for presenting to committee today. Our next speaker is Thomas Dedman.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm speaking today as an occasional teacher for the OCDSB. And in that role, I'm regularly visiting different schools across the city, and I see firsthand how important access to affordable, accessible, and reliable transit is for students, families, and teachers across the city. While some schools in the cities have access to public transit, many others do not. When there is transit access, it very often takes 2 or more transfers to get there. If one of those buses doesn't show up, the infrequency of those routes can result and has resulted in me arriving over an hour late or over an hour beyond when I was originally supposed to arrive. The recent cuts to LRT service have only made this problem worse. If the LRT is supposed to be the foundation of our transit system, we should not be cutting the frequency of its service. As being late is unacceptable as a teacher, I'm finding that more and more I'm forced to choose to drive rather than taking public transit into work, a decision that a lot of other people are choosing as well. While I myself have that option of choosing to drive, for many people in the city do not. Last year, when I was working at Carleton Heights Public School, a school that has many students are new Canadians, and many more come from low-income families. When conducting parent-teacher interviews, many of the parents weren't able to make it in to meet their child's teacher because of the inaccessible transit. One mom who did make it in told me that it took her over an hour and a half and required 2 buses and a 20-minute walk just to get there. Many others looked at that journey and chose not to come in, a decision that is understandable, but one that hurts and harms students' education and our ability to do our job.
Transit also has an under-discussed role for the social development of young people in our city. As teachers, we've seen firsthand the immense harm that social isolation has had on young people during the pandemic. The resulting mental health crises that is ongoing, we've yet to see the full extent of. For students who are too young to drive, public transit is often the only way they can get to extracurriculars or social events independently, especially in the vast areas of our city that lack walkability. As young people are the future of our city, it's important that we prove to them that they can rely on transit to get around in order for them to continue taking transit in the future, strengthening our system for years to come. Along with reliability, it's incredibly important to keep our transit affordable. Yesterday, I saw the mayor suggested that there could be a rise in transit user fees by over 75%. We are already at the point where many people are choosing to drive rather than pay the high transit fares for even frequent service. Any increased fares are only going to increase this already existing downward spiral of service cuts and ridership decline, leaving those without other options to pay higher fares for poor quality service. While it is true the federal and provincial government need to step up and pay their fair share, the city should not be using public transit as a pawn in arguing for this. Lastly, I want to raise that this conversation is happening in the backdrop of a climate crisis. Improving and increasing public transit use should be the center of our city's response to this. Battery-powered cars alone are not a solution. We're already seeing now in the Congo the immense environmental and humanitarian effects of the massive demand for lithium. The city's biggest focus should be shifting our ridership from single person vehicles towards public transit to ensure that we're leaving our students with a greener and more just world. I urge councillors to support Councillor Leeper's motion, but I also urge councillors to shift their thinking and recognize that transit's an investment in the core of all communities in our city. Cuts and fare increases hurt everyone, especially the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Thomas, for joining us today. I'm not seeing any questions. Appreciate you being here. Our next three speakers are Alexandra Stratus, Dina Kodai, and Pavel Nangfak. But first up is Alexandra.
Hello, I apologize.
Hello.
I had to leave the meeting. I did not know it would go on until 1:30. But I wanted to speak on, of course, the cuts. My name is Alex Stratus. I'm here as a representative, as a student at the University of Ottawa, and as someone who uses transit for my day-to-day. I live in Canada, and every time I say that, all my friends gasp because it takes me 2 hours to get to the University of Ottawa. Oftentimes there's delays in the transit and then 2 hours to come back. So if I have a class, that's an hour and a half, and I need to spend 2 hours of my day getting there and then 2 hours coming home, getting back. It's a huge block of my day, and I get very seasick trying to do homework and doing readings on the bus. And that can also be attributed to the fact that the buses have not been that older. And yeah, and another huge problem is the fact that if, for example, I have a night class that goes until 10 p.m. and I am forced to come home through the busing system, no matter what program I use, Google Maps, Text My Bus, and the transit app, every time it says, oh, it'll be here in like 5 minutes, and then it's delayed, and suddenly it says the bus isn't coming and I have to wait another 25 minutes, which is very worrying when it's winter, especially with the coming fall semester. And it's freezing cold, and it's now taking me 2.5 hours and I get home at 12:30 or 1 a.m. So this alone is an enormous thing for safety, and an enormous problem for, I have other things I need to be doing as a student. I have jobs, I have things to read, etc. And fundamentally, transit and cutting transit is hurting most the people who can't afford to drive, the people who are of lower incomes, people who take transit because they can't afford to pay for gas or car insurance and can't own a car. So when you're cutting transit and when you're cutting wait times, when you're increasing wait times for the LRT, you're saying that you're not prioritizing the people in the city who work every day, who have shifts to go to, the people in the city who don't have time to take off 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. of their day to come speak at a delegation and speak out against their grievances. And it's an increasing problem considering as well that I'm seeing Mayor Mark Sutcliffe promote nightlife and et cetera, and all these things. What would improve nightlife is if people have an idea of, I can safely get home, of if I get to the club or if I go meet my friends at night, and it's 1:30 a.m., will it take me 3.5 hours to bus home? How am I getting home? Do I have to Uber? Do I have to spend $45 on an Uber? So this, in fact, transit is fundamental, and I think a huge indicator for how the city serves its people and how the city prioritizes which people. And that's all I have to say today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us. I'm not seeing any questions around the table. Thanks for your presentation. We'll go now to Dina Kodai. Okay, we're not seeing Dina online or in the room, so we'll go to our next speaker, Pavel Nangfak. Pavel, welcome, here in the room.
This is good. Thank you. All right, good afternoon. My name is Pavel Nangfak. I'm here as a student at the University of Ottawa, just across the corner. And I work and study downtown pretty much every day. And therefore, I have to rely heavily on public transportation since I live about an hour away by bus down in the Finley Creek area. So since 2021, I've been doing my 1-hour commute practically every single day and every single weekend. And even during high school, I relied heavily on public transportation to get to a school every single day. Ever since using the train, I've fallen victim to many of its downfalls, such as delays, derailments, closures during the winter, the smell even, the service issues, cancellation, lateness issues, and many more technical issues that have been happening on a train. Over the past couple of years, one of the biggest things I've noticed and that I personally have issues with is the increase in fares, followed by a decrease in services. It really does beg the question as to where these funds are being allocated to. The changes made towards the weekend trains, towards once every 10 minutes now, has made commuting significantly more complicated as people do work on the weekends, same as me, so I have to get places on the weekends. I don't see the need to both increase the wait times and halve the train sizes. It does get extremely crowded even on weekends, where you'll often see people holding up the doors to be able to fit themselves in, which does cause delays for pretty much the entire train line. Or you'll see people opting out and waiting another 10 minutes, hoping that the next train has room for them to go in. And recently it was announced that the train would be running once every 10 minutes, excluding peak hours, quote unquote. When I first saw that, I thought it was a joke until I actually was going to work and I saw that the train was actually taking 10 minutes to come, which was something I was already used to since I get home pretty late every single day. And when leaving campus at around 10 p.m., the trains already are coming once every 10 minutes. And it was just odd to see it happening during the day as well, as people are in a rush during the days. This is an inconvenience to anyone whose work schedule doesn't really fit in the regular 9 to 5. And as students who have classes all day, getting to our classes and has been made more difficult. And oftentimes getting there earlier isn't really an option. You can imagine how difficult it is to finish classes and immediately have to go to work or vice versa. With trains running less frequently, it does make it so that you miss shifts, which I have missed shifts and I have missed classes due to not being able to get there on time. As for the changes coming to the buses due to the new trains, my biggest issue is the fact that, at least in my area, the only way to get downtown or for me to get anywhere in general would be to use the trains. They're removing the option of the train going to, say, Greenboro, for example, and not the train, the 93 going to Greenboro. They're completely removing it. Therefore, I have to use the line 2 at Leitrim. And it wouldn't be that much of a problem if my experience with the line 1 hasn't been what it's been so far. And all I'm really asking for now is just the option to be able to either choose the train or the bus to be able to get wherever I want to. And just to conclude, increasing fares as a method of making back profits is a very much backward solution, because the more you increase fares, the less people are, one, likely to pay. So people would skip fares more often, or they would just use different forms of transportation. It's a $10 Uber for me to get from my house to, say, Greenboro Station. And when you're increasing the buses to, I think it was to be increased to like $6, it obviously makes more sense to just spend the extra cash to get there significantly faster. You need to make the buses and trains more accessible, more frequent, cheaper, and more reliable, so that people don't feel the need to evade fares or spend unnecessary amounts of money on Ubers. And that is money that could be going back into buses and trains as well. I've personally heard from friends and family their reasons for not taking the bus. Despite their willingness to use public transportation for environmental reasons, they've been forced to invest in personal vehicles for the sake of convenience. Reliable and attractive public transportation reduces the amount of cars on the road, which results in a decrease in our emissions as a city in general. It saves energy. It makes roads safer for pedestrians and other drivers. It decreases traffic and increases our sense of community and makes our city more accessible in general. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Pavel. Are there any questions from committee members? I'm seeing none. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashrakat Mustafa. Who I think is online. Do we have Ashrakat? I don't think so. Do we have Dina Kodai online? I think so. We're going to go to...
Hi, sorry, I was just having a hard time joining. This is Ashrakat. Am I still okay to speak?
Hi, Dina. Yes, we've got you online now. So if you can go ahead. Wait a sec. I'm mixed up here. I think we've got Ashrakat online.
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you. We can't see you, but you can go ahead and you've got 5 minutes, Ashrakat.
Okay, perfect. So I'm a university student. I live off campus in the Bayshore area and only really rely on the bus. I don't drive or I don't have a car. So I just kind of want to talk about that a little bit. The lower frequency of buses and in addition to delays has had so many negative impacts on me and my peers. I hear a lot of talk about like fewer ridership, but I struggle to understand how all these cuts would actually fix the issue. From what I've seen, most people just decide to Uber or get a ride because the buses are so unreliable. And that just causes more and more traffic, which means the fewer buses that are on the street are literally stuck in traffic and then they're delayed. It kind of makes the issue worse. For me, driving to campus would take about 20 minutes. My brother sometimes drives me, but my bus route used to take 45 minutes, which I was already complaining about. I take either the 61, 62, or 63, and then the train. You would think that because I have 3 buses that I can take, I wouldn't have an issue with frequency or delays. But no, my bus ride now takes about an hour and 10 minutes because of the bus detours. My first bus now takes 40 minutes, 38 minutes to be exact, I've counted it. And then instead of 25 minutes, which is what it used to be. In addition to this, the train now takes 10 minutes instead of the usual 5, which obviously just adds to the already 40 minutes that I'm spending on the bus. And an overpacked bus where like there's no seats. If it comes, sometimes it's delayed and then sometimes it just won't show up. And then the next time that it'll come around, it'll be like 2 buses at the same time. So just last week we started class and I had an 8:30 class that I missed a good chunk of because I didn't make it on time. Sometimes I will Uber to class. Like the next day I just decided to Uber and that's already $15 to $20 that I've spent just getting to class before 9 a.m. and I can't stress enough that I'm a student and that's not really affordable. And because I missed my class, I missed a project assignment. And then even though like that's a small inconvenience, it's many, many small inconveniences building up throughout the day. And it's always like, okay, well, I'm running off to meet my friend and then I'm going to get groceries and then I have to get home and I can't afford to be like waiting for the bus for 30 minutes, which might not even show up. Sorry, I'm just trying to check how much time I have left. I don't want to, okay, I can't see it, but I'm sure you guys will remind me when my time is done. Anyways, so yeah, so then that's basically what I wanted to say. I just don't really think that, I think all of these cuts will just push people to Uber more and more and more, and just catch a ride with somebody instead of getting on the bus, which then goes back to the issue of fewer ridership. So I don't really see a point in all these cuts. I also know there was like a plan, or I don't know if it's in plan, but I heard something about raising up the fare to like $6, which is just insane. And I'm not going to pay for the bus. I'll might as well just get a car at that point, because it'll just be more convenient. I'm already Ubering everywhere anyways. So instead of spending, $20 to $30 a day Ubering, I might as well just get a car. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say. And also I was there at the meeting in the morning. I had to leave, but I also got a ride because I could not rely on the bus to get me to that meeting on time. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Asherkat. I don't see any questions for you, but thank you very much for your delegation today. Commissioners, we do have Dina online, so we're going to go to Dina next.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thanks, Dina. You have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. I am also a student. I also wanted to talk about the cuts to the transit budget and just the cuts to transit in general, and the mayor's plan, the proposed plan to raise the fares by, I think it was up to 75%. So as a student, I also rely on public transit in order to get around the city. I don't have a car, I can't afford one. And I honestly don't want one. I would really prefer to just take public transit. But unfortunately, as the other delegates have said, it's very unreliable, and this has limited my job opportunities and ability to just explore the city on my free time, especially in the summer when I don't have access to the pass through the university. So just for example, in the summer, if I'm going to take the 7 down to the Glebe or Carlton area and I'm with a friend or two, it would take us like 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the time, the traffic, etc., and cost each of us around $4 for the one-way trip. If we were to take an Uber and it was 3 of us in total, that would cost about $12. We split it between us. It's about the same price, and it's faster, it's cheaper, and it's infinitely more reliable. So again, to speak to the transit, the issue with low transit ridership, it's like from firsthand experience, I can say it's not because we don't want to take transit or because people don't know about transit or the routes that are available. It's just, it doesn't show up, or sometimes it shows up, but it drives right by you because the bus is so full. Also, just in general, knowing that I have to spend at least like $8 a day just to get around during the summer when I don't have the pass, it's very discouraging, and it makes me wonder if it's even worth it. And this also prevents me from, that $8 that I'm spending getting around, I could have spent that maybe at a cafe. I want to go read a book there, but I'm, reluctant to do that because how much it would cost to even get there in the first place. Again, throughout the summer as a student, I worked full time, and I was reliant on the 14 to get to and from work. And so again, I'm already spending $8 to get to and from work. And for me, that was a lot of money, and it was making me a little resentful. But aside from that, the bus was either late or canceled every single day eventually in the summer, specifically on my way home. And when it did come, it was filled to the brim. There was no seating room at all. So the cuts in the transit, or the cuts to transit, resulted in me getting home over 40 minutes later than I would have before. Whereas before, my total commute time, including waiting, would take about 25 minutes. By the end of the summer, it was taking an hour. So again, to bring back ridership, nothing would be better than reducing the fares or at least improving the reliability of the buses. People just don't want to use the transit system because they rightfully assume it will arrive late or be stuck in traffic. And I really believe that transit should be a priority for the city, for it to be like healthy, vibrant, and livable. And the fact that Ottawa is not only behind other cities in Canada, but is actively pursuing policies to fall even further behind is very upsetting. And we, the public, like, we know that a more affordable and reliable and enjoyable transit system is very possible. We know it's just a matter of priority. We see that other cities are improving their transit while ours is going backward, and we won't just accept that the system needs to be as bad as it is. Transit, in my opinion, and the opinion of the other students and people that I work with and speak to, we think that transit needs to be dealt with proactively, and the impact of the system on the quality of life of residents needs to be understood by city councilors and legislatures. And just lastly, I wanted to talk about the complaints about fare evasion. And I don't think the answer should be increased surveillance. Spending city money to have officers stand around just intimidating transit users or creating an intimidating atmosphere in an attempt to save money is ridiculous. As we've seen it in other cities, it costs more than it saves. But besides this, it also just, I want to emphasize the feeling that this strategy puts onto the people. We don't need to feel more surveilled and more policed. It doesn't lead to a healthier and happier city. And taking transit should not be an intimidating experience. I think if we want to reduce fare evasion, the fare should reflect the quality of the transit system. If we're going to pay some of the highest fares in the country, we should have one of the best systems. And I don't think it's fair to shift the blame onto residents who feel reluctant to pay, again, one of the highest fares in the nation for a bus that was just 30 minutes late and it's going to be full. You're not going to have a place to sit on it. I think it's misguided. It increases the animosity that we feel towards the decision makers in the city. And thank you for letting me speak on this today.
Thank you, Dana, for your presentation. I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to go next to Josh Franklin, who is online.
Thank you so much, Transit Commission. I prepared a presentation that's recorded, so you can play that now. Thank you, Transit Commission, for letting me speak today. I would like to stress the importance of a frequent, affordable, and reliable transit system. I think reducing the frequencies is the wrong direction, and this will only push potential riders away. With a brand new $4.6 billion LRT system, reducing its value for transit riders to save a few million is not the right approach. I would like to take this opportunity to present my solution to maintaining the frequencies. I was shocked to learn about the reduction in LRT service from 5 minutes to 10 minutes during off-peak times. As a frequent LRT user, this additional 5-minute wait significantly impacts my free time and family time. While I understand the financial constraints due to decreased ridership, I believe the best solution to enhance ridership and increase property tax revenue is to increase density around LRT stations. Luckily, there are synergies between transit and the upcoming zoning bylaw. It provides a unique opportunity to align transit-oriented development with our city's growth plans. By increasing density around LRT stations, we can create a vibrant, walkable communities that maximize the benefit of both transit and zoning reforms. Currently, hub zones account for 300 to 400 radius around transit stations, which represents a 5-minute walk. To increase the hub zone distance, I propose hub zones of a 3-kilometer radius around transit stations, which represents a 10-minute bike. I think the zoning should also increase the max building height to match the buildings that are currently being approved around transit stations. They can be up to 30+ stories in some cases. The zoning bylaw should be forward-looking, projecting height increases into the future. I would like to give an example about the building heights around transit stations currently. My example is Westboro Stations. This is a relatively quiet residential neighborhood, and this is what is being built today. It's actually a little bit outdated, so there's actually more proposals of 30+ buildings being built. In 20 years, it will be much higher, and the buildings will be over a larger area. Developers will build what the market desires. They will bring their projects to Planning and Housing Committee or to the Ontario Land Tribunal for approval. As the public, we have a choice to allow more housing as a right in the zoning bylaw or make it more expensive for both the home buyers through increased application processing fees and the city by adding extra cost and staffing time to review rezoning applications. This is another reason why the city should start allowing the heights currently seen in rezoning applications around stations and increase the zoning for projected heights increases into the future. Property value and tax revenue. In this slide, I'm going to talk about increased tax revenue to cover the transit costs. Properties near transit stations can see a value increase of 5 to 20%, leading to higher property tax revenues for the city. It also provides economic benefits through transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development can stimulate local economies by attracting businesses and creating jobs, potentially increasing local economy activity by 30 to 50%. More developments create larger tax base for the city, which can be funneled into improving transit. Transit has environmental benefits. It is an important step towards a cleaner and greener city. Higher density development reduces the need for car travel, leading to lower greenhouse gas emissions and aligning with Ottawa's environmental goals. The proposed zoning improvements will increase ridership. Higher densities around transit stations has been shown to significantly boost public transit usage. Residents living within 800 meters of a high frequency transit are 5 times more likely to use transit. In summary, I would like you to maintain the 5-minute frequencies and recover the transit funding shortfalls by allowing increased density around transit stations. I want to advocate for those who are not involved in Transit Commission and zoning consultations, including those who currently don't live in these transit-oriented development neighborhoods, and those who either don't care or don't have the time to research and comment on transit and zoning. While zoning and the built form may not have a high priority on their list, everyone is affected by and cares about money, traffic, and a place to live. Increasing density will provide opportunities for more homes and more tax revenue, reducing the burden on everyday people. This also creates opportunities for the city to refocus on essential services.
Josh, I'm going to have to pause you there because you're at time. However, there are a couple questions. Councillor Hill.
This is not a question. I just want to commend you on an outstanding presentation. That was very fact-based.
Councillor Hill, we're having difficulty hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's great.
Right on. Okay. No, I just wanted to commend you, Joshua, on that presentation. I thought it was great. Fact-based, lots of good facts in there, evidence, and it's calm, cool, and really well presented. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for giving a great presentation.
Thank you so much for your time.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. I was actually going to say the same thing. Some of the most successful transit projects in the world are also development projects. And, you know, when we generate this sort of ridership, it, you know, it sort of creates this hub of people that requires fewer services over. No, that's not the right way to put it. But you have more people using that service and needing that service and provide it for a lower net price. So that's a good presentation. Thanks very much, and we'll keep that in mind for when the zoning bylaw comes up next year.
Okay, thank you, Josh, for joining us today. Our next two speakers are Kashanth Jayamurthy and then Aaron Lee. Kashanth. Hi, Kashanth. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, my name is Kishan Jayamurthy. I'm a longtime resident of the city of Ottawa, an avid transit user, and a current student at Algonquin College. I've frequently used transit since I was around 12 to get to school, to get to work, volunteer opportunities, and to get just to get around the city. And I've noticed in the last few years that there's been several cuts to the services that I rely on to get around the city and do the things I need to do. It's just, we've seen an increase in fares, we've seen a decrease in service, and we're just expected to deal with it. It's getting more and more frustrating, especially with the recent cuts to the LRT, which saw a 10-minute service off-peak hours. What originally took me 30 minutes to get to a class, it would take me closer to an hour because I would miss my connection because bus services have been cut to the point where it's 20 to 30 minutes if they show up. And a 10-minute delay can mean the difference of running and getting to my connection on time or having to wait a significant amount of time just for the next bus to show up to get to school or to get home from after class or to get to work. It just seems, it gets more and more frustrating as I see the transit services in the city continually decrease, and I hear complaints that, oh, we're spending a lot on transit and we're not, or we're seeing more cuts to the budget, but it's just somewhat frustrating since I see transit being used as a boogeyman to explain, oh, our city is on budget. Like, for example, yesterday during the meeting, Mayor Sutcliffe messaged how we have an increased budget, but seem to ignore transit in the fact that we have a deficit in that aspect, but we somehow have, I believe, what was it, 30 million inefficiency in the budget that we somehow have a positive budget, but we have a deficiency in transit. If we just ignore transit, the city is doing well. It's just somewhat frustrating. And I also find it frustrating that yesterday it was mentioned that if we want to fund transit effectively, we might have to consider a 2.9 to 7% transit levy and an increase in fares of $6, as I assume is a way for the mayor to try to pressure the province and feds to help fund our transit, when in actuality, the city hasn't done enough to fund transit in and of itself. We still have the lowest property tax in the country, and we have compared to other cities, our increase hasn't reached what inflation was. Previously, it was mentioned that how we increased the budget for transit by 27%, but that doesn't meet inflation. It can't be considered an increase to the budget if the budget still doesn't reach the cost that it's required, if it doesn't meet the cost that is required to meet. It's just frustrating that the transit users are expected to pay more for a service that's constantly going down, while services just keep getting cut. Overall, it's just somewhat frustrating to just see the transit situation deteriorate in Ottawa, and it's constantly being used as a boogeyman, I believe, by saying the province isn't giving us enough, but the city has constantly approved a budget that's not enough for transit to meet the expectations of the citizens, and the cuts are a result of that. I came here mostly in response to what occurred yesterday and the suggestion that we need to increase fares to be able to fund our existing transit, which isn't even enough to meet the demand that most people need the city for, or a lot of people that rely on transit, students and low-income households, don't follow the regular 9 to 5 peak hours that that transit is currently focused on. And we're suffering for it because like I mentioned before, it takes me way longer to get to and from classes because non-peak hours keep changing. And the reliability of service just keeps deteriorating. Thank you for listening to my opinions. Yes.
Thanks very much, Kishank. Well articulated. And you have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yeah, it's not so much of a question. I just wanted to thank you for coming out. I know you've come out to different committees, different committee before, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come in and share your views. And do you travel to Algonquin College on the train then, do you?
Yes, I live downtown and I take transit, usually the opposite direction of what regular commuting hours are. I go from downtown to basically the suburbs, which is where Algonquin is. during community hours where most travel is, most of the services are oriented towards bringing commuters in, which also affects the time it takes me to get to and from school.
So you've noticed a difference then in this year's studies compared to when you previously took transit, or did you just start taking it this year for Algonquin?
No, like I mentioned before, I've been taking transit since I was a kid, and I did a high school schism at Sir Guy Carleton, which is beside Algonquin when I was a kid. And originally it would take me 30 minutes to get to and from home to school. And now it's taking me almost an hour with having to rely on less frequent buses and an hour less frequent train.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Erin Lee and then Michaela Kennedy. I think Erin Lee is online. Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Hi, everybody. My name's Erin Lee. I use the pronouns she and her. I'm the Executive Director of Counseling and Family Service Ottawa. We do community-based mental health counseling and have lots of anti-violence programming. And I'm here to represent as one of the members of the Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women, as their ED Yamakani Msosa can't be here today. I just want to share generally, one of the things that is very common is that people that aren't engaged in anti-violence work day in, day out, turn their attention to it when something awful happens, like the recent femicide, or like former counselor Shirelli's awful, egregious acts. That's when council and lots of people will turn their attention to the serious endemic nature of gender-based violence and violence against women. And we think about those moments of violence. What we tend not to think about is the day-to-day reality of survivors of gender-based violence and violence against women in navigating their lives. Having free, if possible, accessible, and timely transit is absolutely essential for survivors of violence. We cannot underestimate how important it is to have timely, accessible access to transit. We are having survivors come for therapy. They're going to see their family lawyer. They're going to take their kids to school in a different zone because they want to keep their kids in the same zone, but their family's staying in a shelter in a different place. There's all sorts of reasons that survivors are taking transit. I'd like to also remind council that user fees have been documented for decades globally to impact those with the least amount of resources the most. When we download the costs of a service onto the individual through a user fee, such as the transit fare, that will impact most severely those on lowest incomes, survivors, many of whom are women, racialized folks, and other people. So that equity lens is very important. The proposal to introduce a levy will make sense, and to have provincial funding advocated for absolutely makes sense. Do not cut transit fares. Do not cut transit times. Waiting around longer for the bus, waiting around longer for the train can put people at risk of violence, let alone the workers that are supporting those folks. We work in a charitable sector where salaries aren't awesome. Lots of people can't afford a car. So it's not only survivors, it's those people supporting them. Octiva did a survey of its members that found all of these things to be the case. Survivors need accessible, timely transit. Thank you. Oh, the other thing I'll add is that very happy that we have a Black woman chief of OC Transpo. Would hate for her to have been set up with the glass cliff. So the glass cliff is the opposite of the glass ceiling. When we talk about a glass ceiling, we're talking about smashing through, and we've got, new leadership at the top, whether it's gender diversity or racial diversity. A glass cliff is when we set that person up for failure. Let's not set up our CEO of OC Transpo for failure because of the overtime negligence and the fiasco that is the LRT. Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Aaron, thank you very much. We're obviously way, way beyond this afternoon, addressing item 5.1 of the agenda. We're having a budget discussion. But here we are. We've been hearing for a couple of hours from people who we don't normally hear from at City Hall. I chair the planning committee, and we hear from very different demographic of people who want to talk to us about development in the city. It's great to see people out this afternoon talking about their experiences of transit. I wonder if we have when decisions like the decision to cut the frequency off peak are being made, whether we are a victim of our own blind spots. Aaron, what would an equity assessment of these kinds of decisions prepared for council's perusal, if need be, look like?
So the City of Ottawa and council already have a requirement to run their decisions through an equity and diversity lens. So that's a great question. But in this case, it would be looking at some of the things that other delegates have talked about. Who are using the transit system? What individuals are using it? What's the gender lens on that? What's the lens on Black and racialized communities using that? What about, there's the discussion about having the surge tent created. And then, what's the lens where we think about the needs of asylum seekers and refugees and newcomers? So that would run through the needs of those most equity deserving groups. So not just thinking about those people who are better off, but understanding the different kinds of privilege that people have and how that impacts their access to transit. But we all know transit is a public good. And so to truly make it a public good, we do need that equity lens.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us today and for your presentation.
Thank you.
We have three more speakers this afternoon. We have Michaela Kennedy, Sophia Chaudhry Schlichting, and Owen Berriger. So we'll go to Michaela next, who I think is online. Yes, there you are. Hi, Michaela.
Hi, folks. Thanks for having me. My name is Michaela Kennedy. This is my first time speaking as a delegate at committee, and I'm really blown away by the speakers who have gone before me. I agree with a lot of what I've heard. I'll just be speaking to personal experience today. I moved to Ottawa in 2017 from Barrie, Ontario, which is a smaller city and obviously built around cars. It's flat and every major road is lined with parking lots. The subdivision I grew up in was on the outskirts of Barrie, a forest on one side and a cornfield on the other, and transit did not go there. If I wanted to walk to the nearest Circle K, which was Max at the time, it meant a half-hour walk down a road with no sidewalks, which my mom did not love. To bus anywhere in Barrie took at least 45 minutes or over an hour. And when I moved to Ottawa in 2017, I raved to my parents about the city's transit system, which I think I was required to pay $400 a semester at the time in order to use. And I said, Mom, there are bus stops all over the place and they're putting in an LRT soon. And yeah, the fare is more expensive, but there's also way more routes and the buses come more frequently. I met people in Ottawa who told me the city's transit was notoriously bad, but I had only Barrie to compare it to. And since 2017, I've experienced Ottawa's transit system getting continuously worse and yet more expensive. My partner and I are 25 and neither of us drive. Not many of our friends our age own cars either. We depend on buses for us to get to work, to doctor's appointments, to see our friends, and to go to third locations and support local businesses. I live in Sandy Hill, and I can't get to a single beach in Ottawa in under 45 minutes via transit. I went to a doctor's appointment on Maryville Road at the end of August, which is about an 18-minute car ride, but it took me over an hour to get there on the LRT and one bus. In my ideal world, transit would take about the same amount of time or be even faster than driving, meaning that bus designated lanes. And I'd like the bus to come more frequently, but if I have to wait, I'd like for the stop to have a bench and a shelter from rain or sun. My partner and I also want to own a home one day in theory. Since we don't drive, we look at bus routes and how close a place is to the LRT station before we even bother looking at pictures. I don't want to commute an hour to work every day. Doing this also makes me think about the kids who grew up on the outside of Ottawa's downtown core in the suburbs and in less densely populated areas, and how isolating it is to have little to no access to transit to bring you to your friends, allow you to stay after school for sports or music, or to let you explore your city in your teens, or get a part-time job. Not everyone's parents has cars or time to drive them around. In Barrie, I was used to waiting around after band practice to be picked up because the bus wouldn't take me home. And I feel like the capital city of Canada just has no excuse. People who would take transit aren't because it's expensive and difficult and time-consuming to do so. We deserve better, and that means cheaper fares, more bus routes, accessible buses and trains, and a reliable and frequent LRT service. And without those things, ridership will not increase. And ridership should increase. We know that more people on buses means less traffic on the road, which means a safer and more walkable city. It's not a coincidence that when people talk about wonderful cities to visit, they refer to cities that are centered around pedestrians, cyclists, and public transit. As we've heard many times today, it's also more environmentally sustainable. I no longer rave to my parents about the transit here. Instead, I complain and they say, "Why don't you buy a car?" And I laugh because, with what money? But it also defeats the purpose. I want to take the bus and the LRT. I just want it to be convenient to do so. And as I've heard others say today, our goal should be to make it more desirable to take transit than to drive a car. So I need the city to invest in these services, and we need to see changes that prove we're being listened to. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Michaela. Any questions around the table? I'm seeing none. Thank you for joining us and for your patience almost at the end here. Our next speaker is Sophia Chaudhry Schlichting, who is still here. Okay, you've been patient to wait here. Second last speaker in person. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. My name is Sophia Chaudhry Schlichting. I am a feminist studies student scholar. I'm an educator, and I'm also the spouse of a OC Transpo transit operator. I want to use my time to address the egregious wage theft perpetrated by OC Transpo against their own frontline staff and our city's most vulnerable populations. Earlier, we heard from ATU 279 about operators working 12-hour shifts for 8 hours of pay. For context, these unpaid hours include traveling between stations and roadside relief spots, waiting at the garage for hours for a bus that will not come, and unpaid breaks between split shifts. This time keeps operators away from their families with no compensation, not to mention the time they require for rest and replenishment between workdays. Working on the brink of HOS violations, that's hours of service violations, drivers' unsafe working conditions not only affect riders, but everyone using the city's public roads and sidewalks. At the same time, these operators are offering some of the only frontline service available to our city's most vulnerable. For many unhoused people, the bus is their only option for shelter during inclement weather. Given the combination of a cost of living and drug crisis, the number of vulnerable persons living outside will only continue to increase. The poverty wages operators receive are nowhere near adequate to offer the care and attention any and all passengers require, regardless of their class status. During this meeting, several speakers have raised concerns about low ridership and fare evasion. But amidst a cost of living crisis, increased intimidation and policing will only make riders more reluctant to use public transit. Service and transit workers are the backbone of our local economy. With decreased frequency, office workers may choose to drive to work, maybe saving time by going through the Tim Hortons drive-thru on their way in. But the racialized worker serving them their coffee, who is more likely than not an underpaid international student, does not have that choice. They are getting up earlier and standing in the cold longer to serve you your morning brew. With the double entendre of the cost of living and climate crises, the need for accessible and reliable public transit is only increasing. Operating public transit as a for-profit system only exacerbates the divide between our city's haves and have-nots. The have-nots cannot afford to start a family, much less pay close to an hour's wage for unreliable transportation to and from work. Free public transit and job security in the service sector are not radical asks. We cannot be satisfied with the fact that this is always how it's been. We are not living in the same world we were 50 years ago. The difference now is that there is no longer a trade-off of worker exploitation in exchange for stability and security. No matter how much money I may save from making my own avocado toast at home, my husband and I will never be able to own a home, and we may never be able to afford to start our own family. Our future has effectually been robbed by the white-collar workers we are underpaid to serve. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. There's a question from Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to clarify what I think I heard. We've heard from the unions about the need for fair evasion enforcement. And while I'm generally sympathetic to what I'm hearing from the unions, I think I'm in a minority around this table in that I am not sympathetic to rigorous fair evasion enforcement. But are you saying, what was your position on fair evasion enforcement?
It should not be happening.
Okay.
I believe that fare for public transit is in fact wage theft. It should be free. And this over policing when I am at these stations, when I'm at Herdman Station, it's nighttime. I feel unsafe when 5 white men in 5 different SUV special constable vehicles show up and start surrounding us. So I do not think that that creates a safe environment. And I think it should stop, period.
I thought that's what I heard.
Okay.
And I think that's interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question from Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. I just want some clarification on the incident at Herdman with the 5 cars. Was that just recently this week that happened?
Unfortunately, that is not one incident that I'm recalling. That is several times when I'm waiting at Herdman Station at the end of the day that I see several special constable vehicles show up, all operated by one special constable in their own vehicle, and I mean, everywhere that I go in the city of Ottawa now, we are seeing more and more surveillance coming in the form of larger amounts of security services and police officers showing up when any incident occurs, regardless of what that incident is. And I think that's very concerning, and it needs to be addressed.
Okay, so these are the special constables that are specifically doing fare enforcement, or just special constables in general?
So I believe these are the special constable, like OC Transpo vehicles, and they're not necessarily the fare enforcement. But I'm recounting like several incidents, and so it's not just one group, it's several.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here today. And our final speaker is Owen Berrigar, who is joining us online. Hi, Owen.
Hi, you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity and thanks for waiting around. Before I start, I just want to echo my own support for what the last speaker's comments were about fare evasion enforcement. I think that enforcement, as she highlighted, affects different groups differently. And while the safety of workers, which was raised earlier, is critically important, over policing these transit hubs, which bring together everybody in Ottawa, massive different swaths of the population, it's important not to overlook those concerns. So anyway, to my plan notes. So I was born here in Ottawa, but I grew up in Hamilton. I went to university in Kitchener-Waterloo. I've been back here in Ottawa for about 5 years, so roughly as long as the LRT has been running. I'm actually a federal employee. I live in Sandy Hill, Ward 12, with my partner. We're renters, and we don't actually own a car by choice. More or less, it's also expensive and a pain. So we prefer to rely on transit to get to work, run errands, go to events and activities as much as possible. Personally, I actually use OC Transpo more for trips other than my commute. Getting to soccer on Thursdays, I actually play soccer all over the city. So that's something I rely on OC Transpo for every week. But like many of the other people participating today, I'm concerned that the shortfalls highlighted in the transit budget have and may continue to lead to service cuts and rate hikes. Clearly, safe, reliable, affordable public transit is an essential public service. That's the hallmark of any major city in Canada, or at least it should be. The LRT is not just a fancy conveyor belt to carry public servants to and from the office. It should be the backbone of a world-class transit system. Hopefully one day that's a reality in Ottawa. These service reductions are making the recently announced service reductions are making a failing system worse. We need more from the LRT. not less. So students and workers use transit at all times of the day, not just at peak hours. My partner is actually a PhD student at the University of Ottawa, and she regularly relies on the LRT to get to and from the campus and Overbrook for volunteering in the middle of the day. So she relies on the LRT to run frequently in order to get there on time. So service cuts have a real impact on that kind of civic and community-oriented engagement, and we all benefit from that as a city. Furthermore, reliable, frequent LRT service means fewer commuters on roads, makes it safer for cyclists, pedestrians, drivers. Frequent service during the day makes it more likely for commuters to have time to actually visit businesses downtown, which is something that apparently, at least the mayor has wanted to prioritize. If we have time within our commutes to do so because the transit's running more frequently, then that's more likely to be a reality. And as others have highlighted, we need frequent service late at night as well if we're going to be increasing the amount of nightlife, improving Ottawa's nightlife, so to speak, that requires safe transit options to get home. We're also in the middle of the climate crisis, and the LRT is an important way for Ottawa to reduce emissions from transportation. We need the LRT, and we need it to work well if it's going to meaningfully displace trips by car. So obviously, cuts also severely impact transit workers who deserve good, safe work and stability. And if we're going to have a just transition in Canada, which I personally hope we do, OC Transpo workers will be at the heart of that. Frustratingly, though, the LRT and maybe OC Transpo itself, as many others have noted, appear to be on a death spiral trajectory. Our reliance on fares essentially alone, or for the most part to make up deficits, makes this situation more likely. Other cities in Ontario have similar challenges, and they're making improvements, and they're not suggesting hiking their rates by 75%, whether or not that becomes a reality. That's not on the table for them. And our fares are already, compared to other cities I've lived in, some of the most expensive in the province. So while it's clear that more federal and provincial funding are absolutely necessary to make up the difference, the city should also prioritize transit over other parts of the municipal budget. So like the example in Calgary right now, the province recently pulled funding or has been toying with funding for LRT expansion there. And we don't want that kind of tenuous situation here in Ottawa as well. So essentially, transit workers rely on and deserve a fully resourced system. And we should be funding buses on Bank Street. That's far more important than propping up unaffordable condos at Lansdowne. So in addition to passing Councillor Lieber's motion, reversing the recent LRT service reductions, I hope the Commission and Council work to meet the demands of Free Transit Ottawa, its partners, and the transit unions who spoke earlier. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks very much, Owen. Any questions for Owen? And Owen, thank you for your patience. You're the last one on our speaker list. I know it's been a long day. Oh, are we going to questions for staff? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Owen. Actually, before we get to questions for staff, I do want to thank all the delegations. We had around 30 people who spoke today on a wide variety of topics related to our operational update. I think it's I think a lot of that in response to the service changes for LRT that were announced in August, but a significant amount in response to the mayor's campaign over the past month. So I think the engagement is good, and encourage people to also reach out to the premier, to local MPPs, to MPs as well. This is the kind of feedback that they need to hear, probably even more than City Council needs to hear. We're going to go to questions for staff, and we'll try to keep on topic to items from the operational update today, as broad as that was. Councillor Carr, you are first up.
Thank you very much. And yes, I just want to echo the chair's comments. Thanks to all the delegations. Very useful input. My first question is with respect to the changes in the LRT timing in off-peak hours. I'm just curious to know when those decisions were made, if there was modeling that occurred at a 7-minute interval, an 8-minute interval, or whether it was just straight from 10 to 5 minutes. And then the other question related to that, I'm wondering how peak hours were selected. And I'm asking that specifically because as a former employee of the Federal Public Service, the core hours of the public service are 7 to 6, which means we have workers that work 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I know I often worked that schedule when my kids were young to avoid the cost of daycare. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to how those changes were calculated? And then also, the third question on that is if you could talk about what the ridership would need to be in order to increase that frequency back to what it previously was, or a combination of.
Thank you very much for the question. First, it's purely financial. This decision has been made because we know that we have a shortfall for this year and we have a pressure for 120 million next year. So by implementing this change immediately in September with the fall booking, that will allow OC Transport to save 600,000, which is not a lot, but each penny counts on that matter for sure. And the decision was a very well reflected because when I think 2 years ago, we have started to see that the ridership probably will not come back as similar to the pre-pandemic. And for sure, I've exchanged a lot with my colleagues in Canada and around the world. And I can understand easily that before the ridership come back. However, we wanted to just wait and wait. And this year, it's the time to fix the problem because Councillor Brockington is not here, but he's the one who used to say to my staff, can you have a better forecast of the ridership so that can reflect the service? So this is exactly what we have done. Is it the right thing to do? No, I will advocate for transit all of my life. I'm a passionate of transit. I believe on transit, but I have to do the job with the money that I have in hand. And the hours, it's based only on the ridership that we have seen so far. And actually, I totally agree that the first thing that we need is the frequency and then the rest. But the crowd, even if we have heard a lot of few persons said the opposite, but we have data, we have accurate data. So the crowd is manageable, I would say. And at Ottawa, we have seen some crowded because the students stuck at a certain portion only of the platform. And I have asked my team to bring supports to spread that crowd so we can maximize the dwell time to minimize the fact that the operator will need to wait all people to allow people to enter in the train. I don't know if I had that answer to your questions, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm sure other people will dig down on some of that. My second question is with respect to questions of fair enforcement. We obviously heard from the union, and then we heard from some delegates with their views on enforcement. Can you let me know, I know that we had a Blitz campaign that started last week on September 3rd. If you have any early results on numbers of tickets issued, numbers of fare evasions, if you could answer that, and then I have some follow-up questions on that.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I have received a note from Dwayne Duquette. Maybe Dwayne, you can share some data with the forum, please.
Thank you for the question. Yes, last week, in the first 4 days of the fare evasion blitz, we had close to 200 fines were issued. 44 of those were issued on bus, 51 on trains, and 104 in stations. At this time, that's the preliminary results we've received. But of course, we hope to get a lot more as we go forward.
Just to confirm, those tickets were issued since September 3rd to today?
That actually, those tickets were issued in the first 4 days of the fare evasion campaign. So the Tuesday to the Friday, up to and including the Friday.
Okay, and so just so I understand this a little bit better. So so 44 bus, 51 train, 104 in the station. You probably said the number, but I'm trying to add in my head now, just under 200.
That's correct.
What is the amount of the tickets that you collected from that?
we do not have the information on how much is collected, and we won't have that in a long time, but I can tell you that each ticket was issued at $260.
So that's a provincially set amount, is it?
Correct.
It's not set at the discretion of.
It's a province who sets that rate, and when we issue the ticket, Chair, it's the province who will collect the money, and if they do so, they will send a certain amount to the city.
Okay, thank you. And then just with respect to, so the fare inspectors are a type of special constable. Are all special constables fare inspectors? Can you just remind me on that point? I know we've discussed it previously.
They're not a special constables, the transit fare enforcement officers. They're not a special constables. However, they do work in the special constable unit. The special constables, however, do have the power to enforce fare enforcement as well. So the special constables can do both, but the fare enforcements are strictly fare enforcement.
Okay, and do fare inspectors work all hours of the day then, or do they primarily focus on daytime hours?
No, they work of varied hours. And actually part of what we're looking to do through this blitz is to get the data so that in the future we could prioritize certain times of the day once we see where most of our fare evasion is. But presently they are working weekdays and hours across the board.
Okay, thanks. I'm on, I assume my colleagues are going to follow up. I just have two quick questions before I leave. With respect to new ways to bus, I'm really concerned about the outreach strategy, particularly for students. It's not been my experience that students often will recognize and be aware of bus changes. Is there any efforts that are going to be made to speak to high school? For example, I think of Canterbury in my ward, you know, students come from all over. Some of them take 600 buses, but there's significant changes that are going to happen to them. If we could speak to that.
Thank you for the question. And Amanda shared this morning the campaign that we will put in place. And for sure, we will continue to work with all parties to make sure that they receive this info. And we will try to announce that way in advance to make sure that we succeed.
Okay, thanks. And do we have early figures on bus since the return to federal public service? I might have missed that. Do we have a percentage increase that we're seeing since, what day are we now? Thursday? It's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of this week?
Thank you for the question. It's very, very preliminary because for sure I have asked my team to keep me up to date every week. We see an increase on fare for monthly passes, about 9%. But it's too, yes, 9%, but it's too early to conclude anything because maybe it's a switch, it's a reverse switch. You know, we talked about this morning that we saw increase with the single fare versus monthly passes. So we will need to continue to dig into that, and for sure we will bring that to this forum next month. But it's encouraging.
Okay, thanks. And then I'll just sneak one more in, Chair. Touched on paratranspo. I saw online that the new buses have been delivered, but I don't think we mentioned it in the presentation at all. Oh, is it just one bus? Okay, just one new bus. Okay, that's good. I'll move to someone else. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to touch on some of the capital maintenance investments that are going to be happening over the next quarter. Specifically, I'm interested in the ballast work between Herdman and Tremblay. And my question on that would be, is this work designed to maintain the existing rail structure in its form and to fix it and upgrade it as it currently is designed? Or is that work being done for the purpose of changing the cant or the rail wheel interface as a result of potentially an interest to change that design in those corners?
Yes, thank you for the question. I can confirm that the geometry that RTM is looking to achieve through this this work with the ballast will be to go back to the original geometry as per the design. So it's expected that over time, with the passage of many trains, that we will have some movement of the track. And so this is considered to be regular maintenance. It's a fairly big activity that's occurring this year, but they will be resetting the original geometry.
Okay, thank you. And I note from the report that came back on the speeds that, broadly speaking, the post derailment actions were to reduce speeds in those corners by about 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers per hour in each of those corners. And I guess my question from that would be, is there a possibility here that the containment and mitigation plans that are being looked at could be over-engineering some solutions if, simply put, for the first couple years of operations of the train, we were simply driving the train too fast in those corners and damaging the bogies?
Thank you for the question. That idea or that theory that there was possible damage that was occurring to the cartridge bearing assemblies because the speeds within the curves in the first 2 years, that's not been reflected in the reports that we've received. So it's not a theory that has been promoted by any of the reports that have been provided so far.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. So my, I mean, it's kind of normal like this now, but my questions are sort of in order of the presentation, or they might not be. We'll see. So I'm curious about the rail grinding that you mentioned earlier in the presentation. What's been the frequency of the rail grinding? Is it seems like we've been doing it annually. I don't know if we actually have been, but it feels like it. So if you can confirm that, and then two, like is the frequency at which we're doing it normal for a mass transit rail system?
Thank you for the question. I think you're correct that grinding work has been undertaken on an annual basis. I think the scope of the grinding activity has not been the same each year. So for instance, this year, there will be some more aggressive grinding work within the Herdman curves. And so what that will involve is multiple passes of the grinding equipment within the curves near Herdman Station to deal with some kind of more aggressive surface faults within the rail. But the idea of grinding occurring on a regular basis, whether it's annually or biannually, would be something that we would expect to see.
Okay, understood. Like my concern, I know each grinding, each pass of a grinder like takes away like a millimeter or less, right? It's pretty much just the surface metal that's affected. But I mean, it is in the back of my mind that if we're grinding the rails to like really frequently, perhaps we're sort of shortening the life expectancy. But based on what you said there, I think it's all different. We're not doing a full whatever it is to the full track every time, right?
Thank you for the question. The amount of material which is removed is a lot less than a millimeter generally when you look at the grinding that takes place across the full line. But there are certain areas within the curves where we're looking to remove some of the corrugation, and then the grinding is a little bit more aggressive.
Okay. For Saint Laurent Station, when before it was reported, and it was somebody had sort of requested information. Someone in the media had requested information that there has not been an inspection of the station for a long time before it was found that there was some delamination from onto the ceiling tiles. Is there any insight you can provide into why there was that gap, if it was supposed to have happened regularly, and will it happen regularly going forward.
Chair, I don't know if IWSD is here. I assume no, so we can come back with this question. But if you may recall that Sam Barada, the RMCO, has said that because the IWSD was working around the sector, that's why they skipped the inspection. But I know that for now we are working with my colleagues to do the OSIM inspection, as Troy said earlier on his presentation. So I will ask them to be there next TC so they can provide you more info.
Great, thanks very much. It is jarring to see that gap in time, but if there's a future plan to take care of that, then I'm happy. In terms of hiring, you can cut me off if I hit 5 minutes. In terms of the way that we draw rail operators from our bus operator pool, is that practice? Actually, I don't remember why that was a decision, but is that sort of going to be the prevailing practice going forward? Does it have an impact on trying to find enough people for it? And could there be plans one day to maybe end that or adjust that practice to something more like what Toronto does? You'll hire them for what you need.
Thank you for the question. We respect the collective agreement. I have already discussed with Noah Winberg to see if there is an opportunity to be able to hire people from external, because some people would like to drive the train, but they don't want to be a bus driver. But for now, we are still on discussion, but I don't think that this is something that we can expect on the short term. But that said, we continue to work collaboratively with the personnel and with the union to be able to attract those people.
Okay, it's encouraging to hear that Alstom has restarted the design of the axle bearing hub. Are you able to share if that was because they discovered something, or there was some negotiation, or did RTG just sort of compel them within their relationship?
Chair, I would say it's a lot of job behind the scene, because the city has been firm by saying to RTG that they're not pinning, and all the mitigation measures that are in place or that will be in place could not be the sustainable solution for us. And we were firm on that, and I think that was helpful for sure. The good news today is RTG has directed Alstom to resume the redesign, so which is a good news for us, and let's take it like that. But it's the way to go.
Okay, thanks. Do you want me to come back on? Yeah, I do have it's one more, and then maybe I'll come back on. Shifting over to the New Ways to Bus communications campaign. Over the summer, we saw all of the new bus stop flags with plastic wrapping installed. I understand why that was done. I do have concerns about the fact that there are so many bus stops. Maybe not so many. There are bus stops in the city where the change is really a change from an orange hexagon to a blue hexagon, and we've produced a whole new sign for it, and the plastic wrap to cover up the sign. And in many cases, the plastic wrap has actually fallen off, and I've emailed a few times to say, hey, this one's fallen off, that one's fallen off, and it's it might cause some confusion, but what was the why did we decide why was the strategy to just go and install new signs at every single stop that was affected, as opposed to maybe, remember in 2011 when the route optimization happened, we just hung those cheap plastic things underneath the signs for the last few months before the service change? Because it's, you look out there, and especially the stops that I mentioned where it is just a color change, the route's not changing, the destination's not changing, and we produced a whole new sign. In some cases, the plastic wrap's fallen off too. So I kind of want some insight into that, and especially in the shadow of the whole budget discussion.
Chair, we need a minimum of 12 weeks to put in place those changes, because the new waste to bus will impact more than 5,000 stops. So we had to do that to make sure that when we will be ready, we won't delay by 12 weeks for this administrative task.
Okay, I mean, yeah, because I get that, and because I'm looking at that now, and the same crews who installed those signs are gonna have to go back again to cut the plastic off or something, right? So in my view, that's like we're sending out crews to do that twice at many stops. Some places maybe not now that the plastic's gone, but that's sort of my thinking behind it.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. We will need 2 weeks to remove those versus 12 weeks to install all of them.
Okay, thanks. I'll come back on.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Obviously a long afternoon, so I'm not going to belabor a number of the points. I do have one question with respect to the maintenance work on the ballast. I forget a lot of what I heard this morning, some of the questions I had, but that's one of them I remember. Is there going to be new concrete poured in an effort to better retain the ballast, or no?
Thank you for the question. That there are some curves where there have been restraining structures inserted to better restrain the ballast,
okay.
but that work has already been completed. So the work that is going to be undertaken over the next few weeks or into October, that's purely resetting of the ballast.
Okay, I'm sorry, I either forgot or I missed that there was new restraining design being implemented. When was that done?
So when we talk about restraining work, there are two elements to the restraining work. We have talked in the past about the restraining rails. So that's part of the rail infrastructure.
No,
that work
on
was
the ballast specifically.
So the retaining walls that were installed for the ballast shoulders, that work was done during the summer.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. So I guess I don't have a ton of questions for you on the decision to ratchet back the hours, or sorry, the frequency during weekday off-peak. I think it's the wrong decision to make. The only question I had for you really this afternoon was, how much are we saving? And what we've heard is it's $600,000. And it's not insignificant. We have $120 million hole to plug in our transit budget next year, and that only goes up from there. Every penny will count, and it's important to be responsible. But the LRT is our spine, and it should be the showcase for what the transit system of Ottawa in future is going to look like, where transit is the first choice that people will choose when it comes to shopping and going to school and commuting and socializing. I have to tell you, the thing I love most about LRT is that I can go to Parliament Station, visit Shoppers Drug Mart, get downstairs, maybe get to Saint Laurent, maybe come back to Rideau Centre, and I don't worry about how long it's going to take because the train is going to come. If I'm working at Tunney's Pasture and I want to go to Queen Street Fair, for lunch with a group of co-workers, you don't think about the frequency of the train. 4 or 5 minutes, because it used to be 4, now we're 5. You don't worry about it. If it's 5 minutes, you're 11 minutes or not even to Parliament Station, 10 and a half minutes to Parliament Station, 10 minutes to Parliament Station. You're not even going to think about it. You're going to go to Queen Street Fair, right? Enjoy a great lunch and patronize the businesses downtown. And you know you're not going to have to wait any more than 5 minutes to come back. If you don't know if that total wait time on top of travel time isn't going to be 20 minutes of waiting for the train, you're much less likely to want to use it. You know, twice in the past couple of months, I've had multiple stop days on the LRT on Sundays when the train was running 10 minutes. Get down to the platform for stop A, wave goodbye to the train as it's leaving, wait 10 minutes for my next train, do my next errand, my next stop, get down to the platform and wave goodbye to the train as it's leaving the platform. That's 20 minutes of just waiting. It's a 12-minute trip from Tunney's to Rideau Centre. It should be the showcase of our system, showing Ottawa residents what the future of denser cities can be. I'm talking a lot in Kitchissippi about the importance of doing things like eliminating parking minimums, living more densely and using more active and public transportation. And I talk to people about how convenient LRT is to move between our neighborhood, downtown, Santa Rosa Station, and I highlight those 5-minute headways. I can't do that anymore. It's 10 minutes. And you're hearing from the students the ripple effects that that's having, how much more difficult it's making their lives in terms of connecting buses, right? It's not just, do the trains have enough capacity? Does a train running every 10 minutes have enough capacity to carry the demand? It's the ripple effects that it's having across the system. And now I'm hearing from the student representatives that in fact the capacity is also looking a little dicey. For the sake of $600,000, it's not worth it. Why would we diminish that one bright spot in our system? I wonder what analysis OC Transpo did in terms of who this is going to affect, because clearly it is most affecting people who don't have cars, younger people, the people who really don't have a choice but to use transit. And I would hope that in future, OC Transpo will be able to come to the table and say, we had a decision on saving money between affecting the most vulnerable users, the users who most rely on OC Transpo, or some other demographic, and be able to show us that they thoughtfully determined that, yeah, hurting the most vulnerable is the best way forward. Because I don't believe it is, and I don't think you believe it is. And I hope that Commission will support me this afternoon in saying, bring it back to 5-minute headways, and let's make LRT the showcase part of our system again moving forward. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Chair, maybe I can clarify the savings. So it's 1.6 per year for this year, because we start in September, it will be 600,000. And yeah, we want to provide the service, but I need to find 120 million for next year. Let me know where I can fund that. I will be so happy to deliver the service then.
We have a raucous budget season coming up, $120 million hole. You know, the mayor has spoken about 5 levers. There are other one-time measures that we might be able to take. I wish actually the mayor had spoken a bit more about what $120 million in service cuts would look like. People are kind of freaked out today because they're hearing we could have a 75% fare increase. We're not going to have a 75% fare increase, clearly. But there might be a fare increase. But what people are hearing from the media is Ottawa's proposing a 75% fare increase. That'll only be a part of the solution, is a bit of a fare increase, probably would be my guess. But 120, so our efficiencies with respect to the route review, if I understand, is $10 million. If we did it all on the back of service cuts, we would multiply that pain by 12 times, right? There's a lot of really bad options on the table, and it's going to have to be a little from column A, a little from column B. But let's have that discussion at budget time. And in the meantime, $600,000 between now and 2025 seems like it's worth spending.
Okay, Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you for the presentation today. And I did want to also thank your staff in regards to now realize, well, I think it's important to broadcast the positives. And it's good to hear that our community Christmas pancake breakfast, we're going to have people out talking about the positives of the new routes. I think that's a really key part. So thank you for that. I think that's good that in the matter of a couple of weeks, we found resources. I think it's important to do those kind of things. Councillor Lowe also mentioned the garbage bag signs. I just want to make sure we're prepared. They're all coming off now anyway, but people have questions and they're kind of confused. Are we going to get more communications? I mean, the website's terrific. It talks about these new routes, but as soon as the bags come off, that's when the questions start. And I think as councillors, we should be prepared to be able to let our constituents know. Prime example, Route 24 in my area, people, all they think is it's going to be longer. Well, it's guaranteed 15-minute times. It's two-way now. It's not one-way anymore. It's a spoken hub system. It's going to connect communities. Those are the positive messages I want to get out. And I just want to ensure that all councillors are armed with that kind of information, specifically with new routes. But to Wilson's point, it did seem like a little bit of extra. I understand branding, but during these times of austerity, we could have just done that with the new routes. I love the branding, don't get me wrong, but we're sitting here with this giant hole and every penny counts. So I guess back to the question, are we going to be prepared to explain when those garbage bags come off the signs? Will councillors get packages and direct links? That's another thing. The website's terrific. It's absolutely phenomenal, but there's I won't get into the technical component, but there's a framed component where I can't access directly a link to the new route. You have to go through a page and go through a frame to get it. I prefer to just show my constituents their route. And if we can look at that, can I have some kind of commitment on that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So yes, we'd be more than happy to put together a package that's specialized to your ward and to you, the pieces that you'd like to promote. And certainly I'll take that feedback away with regards to the website and it being difficult to click through to get through to specific routes. So we can see if we can streamline that a little bit more for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things. It's a technical thing. I won't get into the weeds of what it is. I just happen to know from my background. Similar to the traffic videos online as well. It's a long story. It's embedded code. And I just want the ability to direct access those links instead of having to scroll through something and click, but so be it. Also, the special constables. I'm just going to go back that for a second. I was shocked, and I'm glad we kind of actually had a look at how much free riders have been out there. It seems like a larger problem than we anticipated. Would that be correct, or is it? And on that, do we know where those points are? Is it LRT? Obviously, it's not the buses being flooded with these people are getting on at LRT points. Would that be right?
Chair, we'll come back for sure next month with the full data, but it's both, unfortunately. It's either LRT or buses, yeah.
Okay. And so with Blair Station being a terminus in my area, I've asked, I think we should really work on, I'm looking at the Google Street View. The only deterrent from people running across the street in front of operators to get a free ride because they can hop directly on at Blair Station, and it's been happening on a regular basis. I see it, people streaming through the fields all the time, is a deterrent of $125 fine. Have we issued any fines for people accessing transit?
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I don't have any metrics on that, but I can assure you that Blair Station and Herdman were aware of the issues, and those are two of the areas that our fare enforcement officers have been targeting. Okay. Unfortunately, I just don't have those specific numbers in front of me.
Okay, and that's great. And I'm glad we're actually looking at that because those are the 2 points that we see a lot. I mean, put a snow fence in for all I care, just some kind of barricade. It's literally open. You can literally walk on at any point. And I've been dealing with Walmart and the theft situations. They're running out the back door. It's pandemonium. If you go sit there for a couple hours, you'll see people just walking right onto the train. So we require either an officer or a physical barrier of some sort to prevent that action and free ridership. So I really like that to be on the priority list if we could. Thank you. Back to talking about the e-bus situation, and Councillor Lowe highlighted it. How many e-buses should we have had by now versus, did I hear we received 1 new bus? Or I'm just trying to understand where we're at fleet-wise.
Et je vais parler en français, c'est plus facile. Ce que Councillor Lowe parlait, c'était plus pour les parabus. On a seulement un bureau, mais on va recevoir les autres. Pour les bus électriques, on en a déjà 4 en essai. Puis, on en attend 26 de New Flyers cette année. Et puis, 4 dans le premier quart de 2025 de Nova Bus. Puis après ça, on va continuer à les recevoir. Donc, le mois prochain, on va venir ici vous présenter un plan avec tout ce qui va se passer dans l'année. Puis, on a fait une analyse détaillée parce qu'on le sait, hein, on a des autobus qui sont très, très, très âgés. Puis, on a mis des plans d'action en place pour faire beaucoup de preventive maintenance. Puis là, on voit qu'on va devoir faire un petit crochet. Alors, on va venir vous présenter ça le mois prochain avec une présentation détaillée.
26, 4, 30. So we have 30 electric buses. And
first phase.
First phase. But I see some media folk reaching for their earbuds here for a second for translation purposes. What number in English should we have at this point?
We'll ask Dan Villeneuve, the head of ZEB, but maybe just to start off with.
Because that question wasn't even answered in French. I just want to know, what number should we be at today?
In accordance with the plan that was created once we received confirmation of the funding for the program, we're pretty much on plan. In accordance with previous plans from many, many months ago, prior to the approval of the funding coming from the federal government, we're many, many months late.
Oh, yes, we are. And I think we based a lot of our fleet on that. Would that not be right? Like, I mean, the buses are falling out of warranty. We've heard that from our unions today, and we don't have a plan B. So I just want to ensure, how confident are you we're going to see these electric buses coming in quick enough to make up? I know you're using contractual language, but we should be far ahead. We should have another at least 65 buses by my calculation. And I understand we had to wait for all the levers and the paperwork to be signed and all those things to take place. But we based our decisions based on what we were told in the past, and we're not there.
Chair, yeah, we'll take that one. Yeah, you're definitely right.
Yeah.
And next month we will propose to buy some diesel buses to be able to match that. Okay.
That's what I'm looking for. And that's what people want. I know it seems like a bad word, a fossil fuel bus, but the realities are there. We're not going to have any way to travel people around. So, and it's, you know, we can point fingers all day, but we have to meet reality. So thank you for being very honest. I appreciate that. Last, when it comes to the delta between where Councillor Leeper is going, with 10 minutes, like if it was buses and we extended time, I know, send your hate emails now. I think that's one thing if we're adding time onto that. But the spine is a little bit different. And I'm hearing 600,000 for 10 minutes from 5. What would it be, you know, and I'm asking you on the spot, but I'd hope we'd have more options to be able to say, especially if this is going to go to council chair, or does it end here? So Councillor Leeper is going to bring it to council. I'd like to see what those options would look like at intervals of like 7 minutes, 9 minutes, just to ensure that we have a basket of options to make those decisions, because I think there's some merit in saying keeping that backbone alive is probably the only thing that's going to save us on getting people onto transit, because you can't change the time of a train. It has to keep running unless there's a failure. So I think that's one of our core services. So if Councillor Leeper brings this to council, will you have enough time to be able to get together a series of numbers like that? Because I think that's important. Unless you can do it now on the fly.
Chair, I would not recommend another headway, because it's either 5 or 10, 7 or 8.
But
or
why?
9.
Oh, who chose that number?
Because we won't have any savings, and that will bring a lot of problems with the schedule, etc. So
but obviously the savings are found from moving from 5 to 10. So that would be, I assume, the operators, less operators.
that is correct, and the number of kilometers that we have to pay to RTG.
Well, it seems like a pretty slide rule calculation to me. I mean, 5 to 10, there must be like increments of $200,000 to get to 600,000 between 5 and 10, or some formula there that we come up with. And I'd like to see what those additional numbers are. If we're talking $400,000 to get it to 7 minutes, you know what I mean? Like I'd like to see that sliding scale. Or is it just it's 5 and there's no in between, and 10 is the number where 600,000 is the savings? Because doesn't make sense in simple math. And I know it's complicated.
On va revenir à des scénarios pour vous.
Okay.
Merci.
Thank you. And I do appreciate it. You take the hard questions here, and I don't want, I don't want you to think that, oh, I don't respect the great work you guys are doing. Absolutely. But these are the questions that the public are bringing to us, and we want to make sure that they're answered. So thank you very much for being here today.
Councilor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks to the over 30 delegations that presented to us today on the LRT changes and other issues. I'm just wondering on the service reduction on LRT, did we do an analysis when making that change about how it would affect people's lives, their trips taken, and did we communicate any of that out, or is it just strictly based on the financial picture?
Chair, when we proposed last year the new ways to bust, one of the things that I brought in the table was we will review the network to match the current pattern. We haven't done that for the LRT, so we just applied that for this year. And I sent a memo to explain that, and I think we sent another memo because some councillors had more questions. And this decision, again, is purely a financial decision. However, it was based on the ridership. If the ridership was there, we would not be here today to talk about it. But the ridership is not there. I'm looking for 120 million. I need to be able to find money where I can, because for this budget last year, we identified 30 million recurrent. So we have already worked on the efficiency a lot. You heard the union today. They don't necessarily support that workforce adjustment. And unfortunately, we are here today and I don't have any efficiencies anymore. So this is the only thing that we can do to be able to have a balanced budget.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, recognizing obviously this alone wouldn't get us to a balanced budget. It's pretty small amount compared to the 120 million we're talking about. But I guess just I'm looking for more data potentially. Was any analysis done on how many fewer trips people may take as a result of service reductions in this regard?
Chair, I can send again the second memo because I think the second memo talks a lot. We can easily see, I will go with my memory and I have a huge headache. I think it was more than 50%. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we saw, we anticipate for this fall that 80% of our capacity was still available on trains. When we don't have money, I cannot explain that we continue to run trains, paying kilometers, paying operators for 19% of ridership. For me, I cannot explain that, not with the situation, with this situation that we are today.
In Councillor Leeper's motion, he mentions the Line 2 launch, and I'm just wondering what is staff's understanding if Councillor Leeper's motion were to pass? What is staff's understanding of when this would take place? Like, it wouldn't take place right away, correct? It would be planned for in the future when Line 2 launches. Is that your understanding?
Thank you very much for the question. That's my understanding, is that if the motion was passed, that the frequency of the rail line 1, would increase, would go back to the 5 minutes once the Trillium line is in operation. That's my understanding of the motion.
Okay, thank you for that. And once the Trillium line is in operation, do you have estimates on ridership for the Trillium line? Like how many buses will be feeding into it that weren't previously? Do you have those numbers?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's something that we can come back with and give you more information on at this time. We don't have it right here with us, but that's definitely information that our team has, and we can compile that information.
Having that before council would be very helpful, just in terms of, we talked a lot about, and everywhere when LRT launches in municipalities, usually what happens is ridership goes up, barring unforeseen events like pandemics, but and bus utilization also goes up because more people are taking transit to areas where they want to go, and how they want to get there, which LRT is obviously normally supposed to be a much better way to travel when you're taking transit. So it would be helpful to have the figures on what ridership we're expecting when line 2 launches, and the connectivity up with line 1 in the north end. So can staff commit to getting those figures to council prior to city council?
Will do, Chair.
All right, thank you for that. That's appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hill, round 2.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to speak a little bit to some of my experience this week and some of my conversations with some transit riders, because it leads me to really my core concern about the new bus route rebalancing that's going to happen when the line 2 Trillium line comes on. I saw a substantial increase in ridership, not just with folks coming back to work in fall, but I really think we may have underestimated what the federal government's policy on return to work 3 to 4 times a week means in terms of transportation systems across the city. Lots of folks that I've spoken to were stuck in some traffic gridlock on highways on their cars, and equally so, I saw a substantial increase in transit ridership. For anybody to go look at the Fallowfield Park and Ride over the last few days, you would think it was 2019. I don't have raw statistics, but I can tell you from my eyeballs, a lot of people there. What does that mean to me? Well, I'm super happy to see people back riding the transit. That's great, but we need to be able to deliver the spine. And Councillor Leeper spoke to the spine. He referred to it as the LRT, but I'm going to challenge that. I think we got kind of 2 spines in this Frankenstein here. The spine that I have is the bus route from Fallowfield to Tunney's Pasture. And that is core business for anybody that's going to commute out of Barrhaven. There were multiple times on Monday and Tuesday where transit riders in good faith showed up to Fallowfield Station, whether it be by park and ride or whether it was folks transferring bus system. And then as the next bus came, whether it was 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes, it would be packed to the gills, especially the 74s and 75s. Now, I recognize that on Monday there were some bus reductions because of personnel issues and such. I also recognize that on Tuesday, some of those 75s were rerouted to be R1 buses. But if there is a potential that when the new bus route rebalancing happens, that we are bringing local buses with Barrhaven commuters to Fallowfield Station, such that they can stay on the platform and watch the next 2 or 3 buses go by packed and unable to get on it, having to wait 15 minutes and then get on a bus, we have a real problem. Now, I appreciate very much the immediate action drills, Madame Hamilcar, that you and your team took on Wednesday, sending out a supervisor to do the counts, to check some of the video, and to ensure that our 75s were running without interruptions on the Wednesday and this morning as well. But that's including the fact that today we have those express buses that don't need to do transfers at Fallowfield. So what I really need to hear is a commitment that the risk that we're taking in giving up these express routes from Barrhaven in order to go to a local system, that they will be met with a fully functional spine route from Fallowfield to Tunney's pasture, such that we do not have hundreds of stranded transit riders on the platform at Fallowfield Station watching packed buses go by them, because that will kill any form of transit ridership growth or trust in the system from your transit riders in Barrhaven.
Chair, we'll need to come back because I have the ridership for the entire buses and for the train, but I'm not sure if I have it per sector like that. Well, we'll need to verify that with planning, and I don't have this answer now.
I appreciate that.
Councillor Hill, if I can suggest, I asked a very similar question, I think in the spring, about service from the Eagleson Park and Ride, and staff were able to provide a breakdown of current capacities, anticipated capacities, number of runs. It did give me the confidence that that planning was in place and the capacity would be there for Eagleson. So I assume they could offline be able to provide the similar calculations they use for Fallowfield Station.
I appreciate that, Chair Gower and GM, because certainly that's information that we need in order to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success across the board. My next question, with regard to one of the comments that were made, I think by our union representation, was on the quality of life for our bus drivers. And I just wanted to ask, what are the steps that we're taking to ensure that we're creating a scheduling process and a quality of life experience for our OC Transpo drivers, so that once we receive them, we're not losing them, and we're doing the best we can? What are we doing, and what can we do more, and what do you need from us, Transit Commission, in order to help that process of continuing to grow drivers?
Yes, Chair. So there's a lot of work that's going on behind the scenes, and that's in collaboration with the bus operators, the union representatives, and the planning team, putting together people in the same room to talk about the different changes that we can make. And as mentioned by the union president for ATU 279, these changes are happening, maybe not as at the speed level that we'd like to see, but we're definitely working a lot with our planning team so we can have bus routes that work better for our staff, putting a lens on the fact that our staff need a better work-life balance.
Okay, and my last question is with regard to double charging fares. So I've had several cases now where a Barrhaven resident started their journey downtown, and because of a few waits along the way, they ultimately ended up tapping their card at Fallowfield Station to get onto the final leg of their bus just after the 90-minute mark, and they got double charged. So the pleasure that they got for an almost 2-hour trip home ended up costing them twice as much money as it would a normal fare. I don't think that's appropriate. And I do want to ensure that if we believe that it's going to become, more standard, that we're seeing some longer routes and longer route times, that we're actively looking at processes to ensure that someone does not have to pay twice for one trip.
I can take that, Chair. Yeah, I think we will need to go back and look at the current transfer window and the current sort of assumptions and rationale that were used to calculate it. I think these transfer windows have been in place for a long time, so that's certainly an analysis we can take back. Having said that, we do know that the vast majority of trips, commuter trips, do fit into the 90-minute window. And certainly any customer that feels they were charged because of an undue delay or any sort of service disruption or event can contact our customer service and get a refund. So we will take that back as far as the length of the travel times for typical trips and see if the transfer window still fits.
I appreciate that. And in addition to the transfer window timing, I would also want to ensure that we're taking all measures to ensure that someone knows that that's happened. Because my greater concern here would be that, you know, this one person that I'm referring to that I spoke to this morning on it, you know, they were aware when they tapped it, they saw it. But there's a lot of people that when they're getting on that last transfer, they're just not necessarily paying that close attention. So I would hope that there are kind of multiple safe fails to ensure that we're as much as possible denying that kind of situation from happening. So I appreciate your time, and that's it for me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much. My questions are very similar. It's like Councillor Hill and I represent the same community or something. So Monday morning, no doubt it's been a challenging week for a lot of commuters that are coming out of Barrhaven. It's been better. Wednesday and today, yesterday and today were significantly better than the first 2 days this week. So I do want to thank Rami and Chad for coming out, Mark Quigley, the superintendent, for coming out as well to sort of monitor the situation with David, with Councillor Hill and me. My concern is Monday morning, you know, a lot of the issues were caused by a fleet shortage. And that was because I think Sunday night there was an event of some sort at Lansdowne. I think it was a Red Blacks game at Lansdowne that sort of had rippled into the fleet shortage the next morning. So, you know, with future I'm not familiar with CFL. So with future games or whatever events at Lansdowne, you know, I would like to I would like for us to ensure that we don't repeat that again. And maybe like, are there opportunities for either extra resources to be staffed to maintain the buses overnight, or for any sort of other arrangement to, you know, maybe it's not completely avoidable. Maybe at least we can minimize it as much as we can.
Chair, this is a great question. I don't like to say that, but it is, because the Red Blacks is the very good example. On Sunday, or let's say Saturday or Sunday, no matter what, we need 50 more buses that we need. We cannot hire bus drivers and having all of those buses pending just in case. This is unfortunate. So this is one of the challenges that I have to face with. It's on our side for sure. We will try to find how we can work with that, but it is a challenge, because during the Sunday specifically, because the way that the collective agreement is built, we cannot force people to work on Sunday, 2 Sundays in a row, etc. Which respect, and I respect that. So we have to deal with those inconveniences, unfortunately, but we know that it's a concern, and we have started to try what we can do, but there is no magic solution, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I understand it's not something we can eliminate, because I'm familiar with the difficulties there too. But if we can minimize as much as we can, I think that would be helpful, because Mondays, maybe because it's also Monday, but it's just extra bad, right, on a Monday. But I get it. My other question, my last question for the day is I don't remember when, but a few Transit Commission meetings ago, I did ask about what discussions or what work we're doing with Presto / Metrolinx to sort of either you know, e-purse fare caps or something similar, or some way to sort of capture the fact that there is now a whole new group of ridership that might use transit regularly, but it's only 3 days a week. So something that sort of captures that, because right now, if you pay for a monthly pass, I believe it's 2 trips a day for practically every day of the month, minus a few days. So you know, that new pattern, I think, is something worth capturing. Perhaps it's not information you have just yet because this is such a new pattern. But is that something we can consider, or have there been any other discussions with Metrolinx or Presto with this for this?
Sorry, Chair, can you just clarify the question? Is it around data to track this type of ridership, or is it around creating products?
Yeah, that's probably an evolution of that question. I would say so. Like, are there opportunities in the future to sort of capture this tranche of ridership where they are regular users, but not every weekday? Like, this is someone who gets on the bus 3 days a week. I know there's a fare cap for credit cards and debit. Yeah,
yes.
Fare credit cards and debit cards. But right now we don't have an e-purse fare cap. Or the other option is to buy a monthly pass, which is worth 5 days a week for 4 weeks of the month.
Yes, so the first thing I'll say is the e-purse capping is coming. So we are in development, and that should be, that should be launched soon, and that will provide a monthly cap on e-purse as well, to mimic credit and debit payment. As far as tracking, I think ridership in those sort of three times a week patterns, I think it's probably possible with our Faregate and bus usage data. So through Presto tapping and payment tapping. But I don't know if my colleague would like to add more about the data.
Just to say that, yeah, sure, certainly we capture when customers validate their fares on buses on Faregates, and so we can start to, especially with the return to office this fall, to see if kind of we have stereotypical travel patterns that would align to maybe possibly a new fare product, but that's work that we can take away.
Okay, that's great, because if this is here to stay, even though like a 3 day a week pass might end up being less expensive than a full monthly pass, a number of regular fares you might be able to capture might make up for that difference there. So glad you'll be looking into it. I'm happy that e-purse fare cap's coming as well. Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Leeper.
I love the anticipation. Sorry, it's been a long afternoon. Oh, my Lord. Sorry, so I just want to say thank you very much to staff for sending me numbers on the number of capped fares from paying. And I wanted to give the number out today because I don't think you provided that to me in secret, obviously. So in July 2024, we saw that I need new glasses. 851 customers saw their day rate capped. And over the course of the month, 1,038 customers had their hit their monthly cap. So they were not charged more. I was just wondering, these are fascinating numbers. The patterns that are in the numbers that you gave me are interesting as well. Can you include these numbers in the update that we get?
Chair, definitely. And I want to take this opportunity to say, when people use their debit or credit card, it's good for us because when they use the Presto, we have to pay fees to Metrolinx. With the debit and the credit card, we don't need to.
Amazing. We heard from a delegation earlier about, he's buying a pass, and I don't think it's well enough known yet the advantages of capping. And I was thinking as he was speaking, why are you buying a bus pass, right? Use your credit or debit and take advantage of fare capping. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. But I would appreciate seeing those numbers in the future updates. Thank you.
Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've had a very fulsome discussion today. At this point, though, I'm going to move referral of this vote to council, the upcoming council meeting, knowing that we're going to be able to hopefully get some of those delta numbers between 5 and 10 and have a couple of options, because I'm inclined to support Councillor Leeper right now, but there is a cost implication, and I don't think we have all options on the table at this point. So at this point, I'm calling for referral of the Leeper motion to council. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Councillor Tierney has moved referral to City Council next week.
Correct.
Okay, do we need a vote on that or is that carried?
Carried.
Carried, okay. We can continue. Are there any other questions for staff? I have a question. I was going to ask in the context of Councillor Leeper's motion, but I think it goes beyond that too. So we've heard today earlier that we have over a projection of over $25 million of a potential deficit. And we have 7 million in our reserve account. There are other reserve accounts we can pull from. How much flexibility does OC Transpo have to adjust service where it's needed elsewhere in the system? Like the 88 we're hearing is very busy. We heard from Councillor Hill, some of the buses coming out of Barrhaven are really busy. If you need to add runs because we're at capacity, are you able to do that within the current funding and resources you have?
Chair, we don't have necessarily the number of buses ready to go and the operators neither. So ideally, when we know in advance that we need to boost the service, we need to get ready to do so. And right now, it's not really possible to say that we can easily have 50 buses on the fleet on a daily basis.
Right. You're making adjustments though, but there's a limit. It's a limitation, I guess, the number of buses and staff, or does the fact that we're projecting such a large deficit limit what you do even if you had the available buses and staff? I don't know if that makes sense.
Je pense que oui, vous avez tout à fait raison. C'est sûr qu'avec notre situation actuelle, tout temps supplémentaire qui n'est pas déjà dans le budget serait un surplus. Okay. Mais en plus de ça, c'est qu'on doit aussi respecter la convention collective avec les CLC break et ainsi de suite. Donc, on n'a pas des chauffeurs qui sont dans la salle puis qui attendent que peut-être on va avoir un travail pour eux du jour au lendemain. Donc, il faut qu'on planifie ça. Et puis, comme là, par exemple, notre prochain horaire pour janvier, on est déjà prêt. Donc, si jamais on avait besoin d'ajuster cet horaire de janvier, même en français, je perds mes mots, si on avait besoin d'ajuster cet horaire de janvier, ce serait d'ajouter du monde supplémentaire. On ne peut pas rejouer avec l'horaire parce que l'horaire est déjà prêt parce que début octobre, il faut qu'on aille au booking pour les chauffeurs. Donc, la capacité, surtout pour les bus, le train, c'est une chose, mais les bus, la capacité de dire que demain matin, on peut rajouter 20 bus comme ça, malheureusement, on n'a pas cet argent-là pour pouvoir avoir cette flexibilité-là. Puis, ça revient aussi aux commentaires que je faisais au conseiller Lowe, parce qu'on a, tu sais, Blues Fest, on a Canada Day, on a Red Blacks, tout ça, c'est en surplus qu'on doit les faire parce qu'on ne peut pas se permettre, puis j'en connais aucun transit qui fait ça. On n'a jamais 50 autobus qui sont là dans la cour, qui attendent parce que ce serait vraiment gaspiller de l'argent. Donc, c'est toujours des décisions qu'il faut prendre. Et c'est aussi, nous, on continue de travailler sur notre flexibilité pour dire que 15, 20 bus, oui, mais 50, c'est pas possible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's just, it's like, we always talk about how the city can't run a deficit. And we talk about the importance of maintaining a budget. And I almost see like what would be stopping this commission from coming in and every one of us picking a route in our wards that we want to increase from 20 minutes to 10 minutes or 30 minutes to 15 minutes. There is a resource capacity for buses and drivers. And I guess that be the limitation. And the bus system is different than the train in terms of questions about capacity and resources. So they're not apples to oranges in terms of the trade-offs there. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for staff? Do we have to receive this, Rosa? Okay. Thank you to staff for your time over the course of the day and your presentation. There was a lot in that presentation. Focus on a few specific areas, but there's a lot happening with transit. a lot of good things and many challenges. I think that's it for our meeting today. We have no other items. Are there any notices of motion? Are there any inquiries? And there's no other business, so we're adjourned, and our next meeting is on Thursday, October 10th. Thanks, everyone.